Let's testify tonight. Oh God, you've done so much for me. I'm grateful and overwhelmed here at your feet. And I could stay here forever, Lord. But you call me to something more. And I hear you say that you have a plan to use every broken woman and man to display just how good you are. We are your living pieces of art. What good does it do to hide away when all of my scars are a picture of grace? All right. So I will testify of the power of God. I will tell the world of the hope I have found. You, Lord. For my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Oh, do you believe it? Has he done it for anyone else? I said, has he done it for anyone else? Because the God that I serve, he's always at work. Has he done it for anyone else? So come on and testify of the power of God. Come on and tell the world of the hope we have found. For our body was broken, our hearts were made whole, and that's too good to keep to yourself. Come on and testify of the power of God. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. I'm gonna testify. Somebody testify your voice. This is my. So I'm gonna testify. Somebody testify. Come on, take it up. Jesus, my champion, the victor of grace, the only one worthy of all of my praise. Yeah. So come on and testify. Oh, somebody lift him high. Come on, testify the power of God. I will tell the world of the hope I have found. Oh, for my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Sing it. Oh, my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Oh, let's do that right now, Murfreesboro.
And good morning, everybody. Hope you are doing well. First and foremost, before I get into any of the big, heavy-duty stuff, because I want to give people a chance to get in here, at least the regulars, so that I don't have to repeat myself 75 times. However, right here, if you are interested in a straight up Bible study with me, and there's already one other person, Trustin. I don't know if he's here yet, but Trustin's actually going to be, he's the person who is administering the email for this, Tressa and I have been involved in an online Bible study for some time. And we had a couple other people. Unfortunately, though, now it's down to just me and Trustin, and we want to get a couple more people before we move on. So if you are interested, please send a message to that email, expose.biblestudy@gmail. I will tell you, this is a Bible study. This is not a debate. So, and when I say that, it's not that we can't have theological disagreements about stuff. So, if you have a slightly different perspective on interpretation of Scripture, that's perfectly okay. What this is not is an atheist versus theist debate forum, right? This is strictly a Bible study for believers, to so that we can come together, talk about stuff, go through it, pray together, have a place where we can, talk to each other about real things. But if you want to join the Bible study, you will be expected to participate, meaning that you will need to have at least a basic setup capable of connecting to a live stream type thing, like think of a Zoom call or something like that. And so, as far as the thing in the right corner, that is, it's kind of funny. So, you may not be aware of this. I used to be into 3D printing to a certain extent, and then had some problems that's when I was diagnosed with the MS and all that. And then my 3D printer, the primary 3D printer I was using, broke down. And I was really frustrated because I kept trying to fix it. I talked to the manufacturers of the printer, Creality, and trying to get it working again over and over and over. Finally, after I don't even know how much going back and forth. And don't get me wrong, these guys, Creality is a Chinese company, and despite what you may have heard about China, not everybody in China is a evil megalomaniac looking to destroy the United States. Reality is a good company. I've done business with them before, and but they were willing to not only replace a printer that was out of warranty, but they actually gave me a significant upgrade. And so this is not the very, very first print that I've attempted to do, but this is, I think, the second print on that printer. But I just got it to where I can actually monitor the interior of the printer in real time. This, just so you know, is the same kind of printer that printed that. The stormtrooper helmet, who the top of his head is missing. So I plan on doing much more in the 3D printing sphere in the future, but more on that later. But that but at any rate, so if you are interested in the Bible study, please, please, please don't hesitate. Send an email. Trustin will get back to you. And but just so you all know, it's on Wednesday mornings at 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. That time is locked in. That's the same time we've been meeting in for years, and that time is not changing. So, if you can't do 6 a.m. on Wednesdays, I understand, but I can't like bump it around just to make it work for different people's schedules, because as it is, me and Trustin are already in radically different time. Like, he's way off Eastern Canada, so he's like 2.5 hours or something off from me. And so and as it is, if you are on the West Coast, I mean, that's going to be ridiculously early. So we can't go earlier than 6. And if we go later, then people like Trustin wouldn't be able to go. So, and plus, I have to still be able to have my time for driving and the other big thing that I'm going to be talking about in a few minutes. So, if you are interested and you're available and you have the capability to A, read, and B, be in the equivalent of a Zoom call. And by the way, you don't have to have any super fancy equipment. Trustin half the time joins from his phone, so it's not super high demanding to get in. Once Trustin screens you, make sure that you're serious about being in the group. We send you a link. The link takes you directly into the group and you join us at 6 a.m. On Wednesdays, and we go for an hour, 6 to 7. And Josiah, you don't have to be the best reader. So it's not like I expect everybody to sound like Barack Obama giving a speech, all right? But what we do is we generally cover a chapter of the Bible, and we'll talk about what book we do and everything once we get a couple people in the group. We'll do a chapter, and we break it up based on the number of people we have. And if somebody if somebody's not a particularly good reader, then it's perfectly okay to give people smaller chunks if they're not great readers, and bigger chunks if they're they really enjoy reading to the group. But the important thing is everybody has to participate. And once the reading is done, then I expect everybody to weigh in on what they think. I obviously, with my big mouth, will say my piece. All right. Let me catch up on the chat real quick, and then I'll get into the major announcements. Let's see. First in the chat was Josiah asking if it was good news or bad news, to which I said it kind of depends on how you look at it, which we'll get into that in just a minute. Street Preacher says that maybe I had some issues because I didn't do any streams this week or last week. That is true. Okay, so I haven't had like major life shaking issues or anything, but I have been wrestling with this. This has been a serious, difficult decision for me to make, and which you'll understand in a few minutes. And so I needed to spend some time seriously meditating on it, seriously praying about it, deciding what the best thing to do. I've also talked to the 3 people that I trust and respect and have quick accessibility to because there are some people I would love to talk to but are too busy, and to get their input. And so one of them, of course, is my wife. I'm not going to tell you who the other 2 are, but I didn't want to go talk to don't get me wrong. If I didn't talk to you and you know me personally, don't take it personal. I didn't talk to everybody I know. I just talked to 3 people that I had quick access to and that I trust and respect their opinions of. Because it needed to be people I could basically get on speed dial and talk to immediately. I didn't want to sit there and leave things. Josiah says the camera is buggy. I think that might be because I'm doing so many things at once here. Let me know if it becomes a problem. And I'll turn off the 3D print cam. I don't know if that's what's causing it or not, but if it is, we'll get rid of it. The voice isn't in sync. Let me take a look here. Oh yeah, that's weird. Okay, let me turn off the screen share and see if that fixes it. Got to give it a minute here because I'll try this. Let me switch screens. See if no, it still seems off. Yeah, that's weird. There's like some kind of weird delay. I mean, I do know at least part of it is I have like the microphone in front of me and the camera are 2 completely different systems. And it could be that the camera, which is an iPhone, actually, there maybe something is bogged down in the iPhone, causing a delay. Because I can see it's weird because I move my hand and then a half a second later it moves on the screen. So there's definitely a noticeable delay. I'd say probably about, let's see, maybe about 3 to 500 milliseconds. So roughly a third to a half a second of a delay, which is really weird. That's not what I normally see. And I don't know if there's an easy, fix. I can reboot the camera just for fun. Let me, okay, T'Pring, you know what? You're gonna have to get down for me. I can't do this while. All right, I'm gonna turn the camera off so that you don't see me like grabbing it and messing around. And then I'm gonna take the phone and restart it and see if that helps. Sometimes, I haven't restarted this phone in weeks, so that could be part of it. And so let's see. Hold on. I always forget how to. There we go. How to turn off an i. It's funny. You think it would be so easy to turn a phone on and off, but they make it complicated. So while I'm restarting the phone, we'll continue on. Let's see. Wasn't sure if they were going to even do the Friday Nerd Fights thing. Yeah, I will tell you that. So it's kind of funny. The Nerd Fights channel, as well as the Salty Plus channel, are not directly affected by what I'm going to be talking about here today. When I say not directly, they will be indirectly affected, and there are some changes coming to the nerd fights, especially. But that more on that later. We're not ready to actually talk about that or anything. All right, so now we got to go in to IV Cam. All right, let's see. Let's see. We'll say install tonight because I don't want to do it right now. Agree. Yes, I know. I'm telling Apple they can take my firstborn child or whatever. All right, and okay, it'll be installed when the device is logged in. Okay. And we'll put IV Cam back on. Come on. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. All right, close that. All right. Where is, man, sometimes this thing is. All right. And all right, now let's turn the camera back on. And it looks like it's probably better now. So now let me try to add this back and see if it still works. Just a minute, Pringle. All right. And because this probably I need to shrink this down a little bit. All right. All right. So sorry. So it looks like, it looks like it should be better. You guys, let me know in the chat if it's better now. All right. Uh, Robert says shalom, shalom, shalom. Robert, hope you are well. Josiah then says, what's that? I already answered that. Seattle or New England, don't care. No offense. I mean, if you're into it, that's awesome. I don't follow sports ball. I used to follow basketball, NBA, but that was back in the '90s. I haven't really followed sports actively since then. The closest I get is, you know, so I assume is that the two teams that are going to be playing in the Super Bowl? And is the Super Bowl today or is it like next week? I don't know. So if those are the two teams in the Super Bowl, I will say this: I'll root for Seattle because I'm a West Coast man. So, my home team is the San Francisco 49ers, but I'll take anything on the West Coast over just about anything except the Tennessee Titans, who are never going to the Super Bowl. So let's see. El Shaddai Ministries, the Hebrew Roots channel I follow and trend here on YouTube, had service yesterday for just a little over 5 hours. That is a serious service. This today I will not be going that long, just to be clear. They're in Washington State, so can't attend in person. Well, sorry that you live in a crappy part of the country. Not a strong reader. I already said you don't have to be if you want to join the Bible study. If it's fine if you sound like Biden giving a speech. Wow, you guys are just mean. Let's see. Just don't sound like Kamala because they're on a tight schedule. No, that's Trump. I mean, come on. Trump, you'll start out reading like you'll have two verses to read, and you'll take 45 minutes to do it. All right, so hopefully the camera's working now. Let me know, guys. Well, it might be better to have more dedicated Bible study instead of streams being 70% hypothetical pop culture battles. Exactly. But there's also another big reason, which I'm going to get into as soon as I get caught up here. All right, voices in sync. Ojila, good morning, says Trustin. Trustin is the man when it comes to the email. So, Trustin, make sure, tell me, I got the email right, don't I? I hope. Okay, Street Picture says looks better. Confessions at Orthodox, what happens is that the people will tell the priest their sins, and then the priest covers the person's head in cloth and does a prayer for the person. I'm really the confession, and I know the Catholics and the Orthodox churches, as well as some Protestant churches, all practice some form of confessional. Now, let me say this: the Bible does say we are to confess our sins. However, it does not say that you go to a church and you go in and tell your sins to a authority at the church, and then that authority in the church absolves you of the sins and might give you penance to do in order to make up. Because number one, if there's penance for your sins, then there's no grace. And I want that's really important to me, because from a theological standpoint, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Catholic and Orthodox Christians are not Christians, but from a doctrinal standpoint, if you tell people that they have to go to a church, confess their sins to a priest, and do some kind of penance in order to be absolved of those sins, then that is anti-biblical. Because and Paul even writes about this, the idea that if grace is earned, it's not grace. And so if you have to do something to earn forgiveness, there's no grace involved. You're earning it. You're given something that you're owed. It's like a paycheck, and that's not what God's grace is. So again, if the process makes you feel better and all that, fine. But from a theological standpoint, I would be remiss to agree with the practice, because I think that practice is definitely not biblical. Then Josiah says looks better. Trustin says video looks okay. NBA is horrible now. You know what? NBA started sucking when I stopped watching it back in the 90s. I can tell you exactly when the NBA fell apart. It's when the two greatest teams on the planet both broke up their winning teams, and that was the Chicago Bulls and the Portland Trailblazers, who in the 90s were the two best teams in the NBA, bar none. And you could be a fan of any other team, whatever. But there was no starting five like the Portland Trailblazers, and there was nobody like Michael Jordan, right? And I don't care what people want to say. You can say whatever you want about LeBron. I don't care. Michael Jordan is the true GOAT. Uh, I've seen the man play. I've watched him in the Memorial Coliseum in Portland, Oregon, play against the Blazers, and oh my God, that guy was insane. And that's the thing. Like Portland had the best team in the NBA, but the Chicago Bulls had the best player of all time, and that was the one thing that the Blazers couldn't contain was Michael Jordan. And the funny thing is, like, they could shut down the entire Bulls squad, but Michael Jordan would just get 60, 70, 80 points. Yeah, so what do? You can't fight that. Not asking a versus, but who's smart, Batman or Hannibal Lecter? Well, they're both smart, but as far as like IQ is concerned, like just raw IQ, did it? Okay, no, I thought it was delaying again. It's hard to say because they're both very intelligent in different areas. Batman is a hugely analytical, trained detective. Hannibal Lecter is a very intelligent psychopath. And so the interesting thing would be if Hannibal Lecter were killing people in Gotham City, could Batman catch him? And I would pay to see that. In fact, I think that if you look at the Batman with the Riddler in that, that's close to that. And I would like to see more in the Batman. I hope the Batman 2 is actually, I want to see it go even darker. I want to see Seven with capes. I really do. I think that the Batman needs a truly worthy serial killer to go after. That being said, obviously that Batman is not going to be in the James Gunn DCU, but whatever. They seem to do a lot of traveling now. Everyone takes 5 steps after stopping dribbling. Well, yeah. I haven't watched the NBA since the '90s. Really, I like flip past games every once in a while, but I've never stopped and watched a game since the '90s. The email is exposed at exposed Bible study at gmail.com. Yeah, now, I'm dyslexic, so I struggle with this kind of stuff. Does that match what is right there on the screen? You may not be because Tristan has, eyesight issues, but it's on the screen. I don't know if you can read it because the contrast is kind of off, but it's on the screen, and I'm trying to see if that is correct. And so, anybody else, look at what Trustin wrote in the chat, and then compare that to what's on the screen right now. Daniel says, if you're going to read the I can never necromon, how do you say it, the Book of the Dead, and summon some demons, for fun, even I might join your reading. Yeah, I have no plan on summoning demons. The goal would be quite the opposite. So sorry. Well, the Penguin Show is better than Batman movie. I would not say that, but I do think the Penguin Show was a worthy follow-up. And Street Preacher says that the email looks correct. Excellent. So there you go. So if you are interested in a real-life Bible study with me and Trustin and anybody else who joins, and you're willing to join into the equivalent of a Zoom call, it's not Zoom. That's the only I keep saying the equivalent, but it works pretty much the same way. You follow the link, and as long as if you're on a phone or a computer that has a webcam or mic, you'll be fine. And Darren here, always willing to correct me whatever he can. It's Necro Nam Khan. Thank you. Or Nam Icon, or is it Nam Khan? I thought it was Nam Khan. Never really cared that much about it, except that it's been in a few movies, so. But thank you, Darren. I do appreciate it. And Darren, of course, being ever so humble, says, "You're welcome." Although I'm impressed. You didn't say, "Told you I know more than you," or something. And yes, Book of the Dead, I know. But anyway, so back to. And by the way, Darren, I know you and I have had our differences, but you are also welcome to join if you want to. I'm not going to like censor anybody out because we've had fights in the past. If you're interested and you can be there on Wednesday mornings at 6 a.m. Central. And Josiah says in Mesopotamia, religion there, afterlife pretty grim. When you die, you end up in cold and dark. Didn't matter what you did. Well, actually, depending on who you ask, a lot of people thought Sheol, the Jewish tradition of Hades, was also like that. That everybody kind of lived in this dark void after death. Fortunately, later on we get more information on that, and it's not exactly the case. And Darren is shocked because I said thank you. Darren, I do say thank you every now and then, just not to you very often. All right, so now let's get into the major meat of today. So this will. I don't want to say this is going to be the last thing I do on this channel because it's not. But moving forward, this channel is. I will probably still do regular Sunday morning live streams like this one. Although I'm going to experiment with the format a little bit. Like when I say format, I don't mean like I'm still going to probably do pretty much open Q&A, theology discussion stuff. But I'm actually thinking about trying in the vertical format because if you stream vertically, it shows up in shorts feeds, and that might get more people to come and join us, which could be fun. However, after I get things squared away this week, and we're going to finish Leviticus this week, there will be no more weekday live streams. And I'm sorry, I want to keep doing them, but you'll understand why I can't. I just can't for external reasons. And I also will, everything on this channel immediately, like when I do a live stream on Sunday morning, after the live stream is done, the live stream will go unlisted. So there will not be a wall of content on this channel. And so the so basically, as far as this channel is concerned, there'll be pretty much nothing on the channel. But every Sunday, I will come on and do a live stream. But then when the live stream is over, it disappears into the ether. So that's the main like part that's facing you guys. So I'm going to explain the behind the scenes of all this, and I hope, and like I said, I've talked to several people that I trust and respect about this, and spent a lot of time in prayer and meditation because I came up against there was a brick wall in my decision process because the reason I changed the channel in the first place, initially was because I could no longer do the hate for hate's sake that the so-called fandom menace was pushing, and that made my channel start to immediately dwindle like crazy. I also realized that it was, you know, I don't want to say disingenuous, but I guess it was not Christian of me to not talk about my faith at the very least when you know the topic came up. Like if you can't talk about Deep Space Nine, for example, without talking about faith. And if you're going to talk about it, you need to disclose your position on it. And if you don't, I think that that's like I said, I don't know if it's dishonest, but at the very least, it's not biblical because, like Christ says, you don't take a light and put it, underneath a bush. You take the light and you put it up on a lampstand so that everybody can see. So you're not supposed to hide the fact that you're a Christian. Well, that then evolved into doing straight up Christian content. And one thing that I ran into a problem with, and Darren, was very quick to point out in the early days that, oh, this is going to destroy your channel. He's right, technically, but what I don't think he quite grasped and what I still stand by is I don't regret that decision because I felt compelled to not hide my beliefs, and I felt compelled. I felt like if I don't speak out as a Christian, what kind of example is that for my fellow Christians, right? Because we should be willing to speak up, and we should speak up all the time. Well, that's why I then started the Salty Plus and Nerd Fights channels, right? And so I haven't done much on Salty Plus yet, but the goal was basically to make Salty Plus into a channel similar to what this channel started out as. It's going to be pretty much just nerdy content, and that's edited short form, long form videos. Where the Nerd Fights channel is a channel dedicated to live streams, and particularly live streams with a panel of established nerds, right? So obviously, currently we've been doing most of the shows with myself, Danny the Dork Knight, Mr. Know It All, and Lore Reloaded. And so as far as the Nerd Fights thing went, pretty much according to plan. As far as the initial setup, we're still I think in the initial setup phase of this stuff. I'm taking a slow burn approach on this, just starting to get my tiptoe into the water as far as the Salty Plus channel, and I have some ideas and stuff I want to do. And then and then this channel, however, is obviously was reserved for religious content. Now, this is where we get into some interesting big changes in my life offline, in the real world, so to speak. As you guys, if you've been following me for any length of time, you already know, I am, I was diagnosed with MS a few years back. Kind of threw my whole life into a tailspin. I was no longer able to work at my job. I, ended up now I take 17 medications a day, and I have just to kind of remain functional. I have Social Security, but doesn't pay the bills, and so I try to drive Uber, all that crap. You guys. I'm not trying to say, oh, poor is me, but I'm just quick refresher. So my wife, or not my wife, my daughter, told me about a program here in Tennessee, and it's called Voc Rehab. Voc short for vocational. And Voc Rehab, now it's not exclusive to Tennessee, but it is here in Tennessee. It's in other states as well. I don't know if it's in all 50 states or not. But Voc Rehab is a government program that if you are disabled, their primary thing is to assist disabled individuals in getting back into the workforce. And so, for example, here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, if you go to the grocery store that I happen to frequent more than any other, well, I wouldn't say more than any other because the one I go to the most is probably Walmart, but I'm thinking of the Publix on Memorial Boulevard. So if you're ever trying to, stalk me, Go to the Publix on Memorial Boulevard, and you'll probably see me hobbling in every once in a while. But anyway, so that store has a practice of hiring disabled young people as baggers, and I don't know what you call the position, but the people that go out in the parking lot and get carts, right? And so, I mean, it's very simple work, but they purposely hire kids with developmental disorders to do these positions. Voc Rehab are the ones that actually find the people that would actually go there and do the work. And no, Stan, I'm not going to be a greeter at Walmart. So the problem is, and so my daughter convinced me to at least talk to the people at Voc Rehab. So I talked to this nice lady at Voc Rehab, and she explains all that to me. And I said that's great, but I'll be completely honest. Some kind of basic, unskilled job like retrieving carts or bagging groceries or even being a greeter at Walmart. Well, first of all, the only one of those three that I could physically do would be being a greeter at Walmart. And I probably make more money driving Uber than I could being a greeter at Walmart. And so that's not going to really help me. And that's when the lady then explained the other main part of Voc Rehab. And this we're getting into some interesting ground here. And that is that if there is a career path you could take, but you lack the education, they will provide the education. Now, I'm not talking about going into some seminar about, how to, use a cash register or something like that. I'm talking about a full ride at a university or college, as long as it's a state school, it is 100% of tuition and 100% of books. And in fact, I'll even give you a stipend for meals. So so it is a complete free ride for school, and the if there's something that you could do that requires an education, and so she then asked me if I could do anything given my disability, what would I do? And I thought about that for a minute, and then I responded kind of tongue in cheek. And you guys know me, I tend to be a somewhat sarcastic and cynical individual. And I said, well, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be a theoretical astrophysicist. I thought about like my childhood here, like when most kids were looking up to, sports legends and or maybe actors or singers. I was like a big fan of the likes of Carl Sagan and Stephen Hawking. And and then I jokingly said, and of course, if Stephen Hawking could do it with his advanced ALS, which is like MS on steroids, then I could do it. And so I said, but I understand that that probably would not be realistic, because I was thinking in my head exactly what she then said. She said, so to be an astrophysicist, you would need to get a PhD. And I said, yes. And so then she starts taking notes, and she's like, okay, so then what we would have to do is first find a school for you to get your bachelor's. I mean, do you have a bachelor's? I said, well, I have one in graphic design, but, I have to get a degree in physics. And she goes, yeah, yeah, so you'll need to get a bachelor. And then I stopped her. I said, wait. are you kidding around right now? You just messing with me? You jerking my chain? And in fact, I was even thinking the exact same thing that Darren posted just a moment ago, as far as my age, and the uh, the response from her was, number one, the advanced degree doesn't phase them at all. They will take you through whatever level of education you need. And she actually told me that the most common thing that people go through when they take the educational program for Voc Rehab, the most common thing they do is they want to be a therapist, like a psychotherapist kind of thing, and that requires at least a master's degree. And so she said that, obviously, that's not an issue. And then she said, as far as your age is concerned, she said that, you know, the age is not a factor as far as qualification. And so, so age wasn't an issue. And I said, yeah, but I'm an old man. I mean, by the time I graduate, I will be in my mid to later 60s. And she's like, so, and I never really thought of it that way, but I was like, okay. So, because I'll be honest with you guys, there have been a couple of times in my life that I wanted to go for a degree in physics. The reason I didn't, and I'm embarrassed to say this, but it's the truth, is, well, the first time it was basically the fact that I kept being told by others how I couldn't do it, and and I mean, it was, again, this is a very embarrassing story, but it's 100% true. This was back shortly before I got my degree in graphic design, before I started going for that degree. And I was talking to my mom. At that point in time, my dad had recently passed away. And my mom said, that she was willing to help me get a college education, because it was something I could just never afford to do. And because, even though you can get student loans to cover a lot of it, student loans can't cover all of it. And so she said she would help me with the rest. And I said that, that'd be awesome. She said, well, have you thought about what you wanted to, what you would want to major in? And I said, yes, absolutely. I would want to major in astrophysics. And she immediately, out loud, busted out laughing. And I will tell you, my mom and I were never real close. And I never held her opinion in super high regard. But that hurt. It hurt hard. And then she said, I'm certainly not going to waste my money on, having you throw it away in a degree that you'll never get. And so I kind of buried that idea. And there have been times since then that I wanted to do it, and I just, for one reason or another, either couldn't or chose not to because I was discouraged. And it's not that I lack the brain power to do it. I know full well what my IQ is, and the reason I know is because I had to get a full battery of testing done when I was diagnosed with a learning disability back in the mid 1990s, and again when I was diagnosed with the MS, because they have to test your cognitive function to make sure that that's not severely impacted by the MS. And so I've actually had a complete battery of IQ tests done twice. And the nice thing is funny because when I did the second one, I was the psychiatrist and it does require a actual psychiatrist to do a proper IQ test. Not It's not an online quiz, but the psychiatrist that was doing the testing was like, if only we had some kind of prior testing to work with, then I could, draw a more accurate conclusion. I said, well, what do you know? I said, I don't know if it would be, if it's too far in the past, but I was tested back in the 90s. And she's like, oh, that's perfect. So she was able to do a full report on me and everything. And I'm not here to try and brag or boast about my IQ, but I will simply say that it is definitely in the category to where a PhD in something like physics is certainly not unrealistic. And so I'm not stressed over that aspect of it. But and and by the way, I'll get Street Preacher. I'll get to that in a little bit as far as IQ meaning and all that stuff. And that's not really the important thing. I mean, I know what my IQ is. I know I'm capable of doing it, especially now that I understand how to deal with my dyslexia as far as studying and stuff, which I did do. Like when I got my degree in graphic design. Now it wasn't as math intensive as a physics degree would be or anything like that, of course. But I graduated with like a 3.74 GPA, and that was without even trying. So I'm not overly concerned about that part of it. I mean, honestly, the only major concern I would have is, will I live long enough to get my PhD? Which, you know, a little bit of luck, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Although, ironically, I will have to live longer than my dad did in order to get my PhD. So, but and the funny thing is, and I watched it when it first came out, but I haven't seen it since. There was the biopic about Stephen Hawking, Theory of Everything. And one of the things that they talked about, and this was actually something I'd read about Hawking before, is that back in the 60s when he was diagnosed with ALS, he was a somewhat lackadaisical college student. And he decided that he was going to get his PhD before he died, because typically ALS is a death sentence, and so it's amazing that he lived for 40 plus years after the diagnosis, because that's unheard of. But he was absolutely determined to get his PhD before he died, and not only did he do that, but then he went on to do become one of the better known physicists in history. And so I'm going to make that same determination. I'm going to get that PhD before I die. So then we get into something that I had not considered until recently. And it was something that someone brought up, one of the few people that knew my intentions, brought up to me. And I hadn't considered it. And this was a person that has seen my live streams on here and also knows me well enough to know, what my intentions were as far as becoming a astrophysicist. And that is, it's not to be a PhD in physics is not like many other PhDs that are out there. It's, for example, if you want to be a lawyer, which is a PhD level educational requirement, or a doctor, which is obviously a PhD, because a doctorate you're a doctor, right? If you to any of the basically professions, if you will, that we think of that typically require that kind of post grad work, you get your bachelor's as long as you get decent grades, you get your master's as long as you get decent grades, you get your PhD, right? And you take the required classes, you do the required papers, all that. With physics, it's a little different. Once you get your bachelor's, you don't go for a master's. You go straight from a bachelor's to a PhD program. And it's an extremely competitive battle to get into the PhD program. And for good reason. Number one, most PhD programs in physics are your tuition and books and all that, your college expenses for becoming a PhD candidate are zero. And in fact, they pay you, which I know might sound kind of weird, but it's typically a, um, a doctoral candidate in physics will be they will have to take a couple of classes, but they will be spending the bulk of their time teaching undergrads and working as a research associate under a professor on an ongoing project. So let's say that you have a professor at some university that's working on a dark matter theory. And so they bring in some PhD candidates that are interested in dark matter and they work on the project with the professor. And so their names go into the publications and stuff along with the professor. That helps them actually earn some credibility. And then they, and so as a researcher, it is a paid position. As a teacher on the university level, it is a paid position. And part of that pay goes to cover your tuition and books, but also part of it goes to you. You're not going to get rich as a doctoral student. I think that higher end salaries, what you might take home, is you're looking at mid 30s to 40. So not a ton of money, but at least it's a lot better than paying that kind of money. So once you get to the doctoral level, the good news is the expenses drop to a negative number. The bad news is that you have to compete with people hard to get those positions. To give you an idea of how hard, there's a very prestigious school here in Tennessee. I know that sounds like a contradiction in terms, but there actually is, and it's actually one of the better schools in the country for physics, and it's in Nashville. Last year, their PhD level class had a graduating class of three, and so they have a very low acceptance rate and an even lower graduation rate. And so to get in, I'm going to have to compete with people one third of my age. And so it's going to take every ounce of strength I have. But there's one other big thing that I didn't take into consideration with all this. And that is one of the things that when I apply for to become a grad student, is they're going to say, okay, let's see all your social media. And so if this channel in its current form is still sitting here, my social media will include dozens, if not hundreds, of videos and discussions where I talk about what I say are some of the problems in modern science. That is not going to fly well with people who are, by definition, the establishment. That is, in fact, going to piss off a lot of people. And that is going to, uh, you know, patently disqualify me from being able to join their PhD program. So obviously, that ain't going to happen. And so, if I want to take this seriously, I have to, so to speak, scrub my online presence. Now, I will still, like I said, I'll still do these live streams, but I won't keep them posted. And on the other channels, when religion comes up, I'm not going to shy away from it, and I'm certainly not going to hide what I believe. But at the same time, if I'm talking about, for example, in the last episode of Starfleet Academy, the way that they completely disrespected organized religion, or the weird idea that they kind of turned the Bajoran faith into kind of a weird version of Islam, I can talk about that without, you know, necessarily saying anything controversial to potential professors. Now, some professors might take a sour taste at the idea of having an actual Christian as as a doctoral student, but if they have a problem with that, that's a prejudice. I can't help you with. But I'm not going to bite the hand that feeds me, so to speak. So I'm not going to post or say anything that will directly attack the institution that I am trying to get in the good graces of. So then, and I'm going to kind of jump the gun a little bit because I know Darren is throwing a couple of comments in there suggesting that, it would be a waste of time for me to get a PhD. And, because heck, I'm going to be 150 years old by the time I graduate and all that, and there are better things I could do and all that. This is where I get into why I want the PhD. And I'm not going to be talking about this in the future because, again, my goal is not to piss people off. But I honestly want to be something of a counter to the likes of not the establishment per se, but to the biased mouthpieces of the establishment. So I think of, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And don't get me wrong, I don't dislike Neil deGrasse Tyson. In fact, I listen to his Star Talk podcast fairly regularly. But I don't like the fact that he and a lot of other physicists out there, and I mean, I think about going back to people like Carl Sagan, the later works of Stephen Hawking. Of course, you have people like Krauss, but that's a whole different category, where they insert their theological anti beliefs, if you will, into the physical sciences, and they suggest that physics may not disprove the existence of God, but certainly makes it extremely unlikely, or something to that effect. So I want to be what I think will be a voice of reason in that arena. And so I do want to write and speak on the topic, but I want to do so as a person who has the proper level of credential to where people won't just say, "Oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not." So I do need to, there are certain things where you do need to have credentials in order to speak with any kind of authority on it. Like I don't think that you have to have a PhD in ancient languages to be able to understand the Greek and Hebrew. Now, you would need a PhD in those ancient languages if you really wanted to be able to disseminate and translate it yourself. But you can use research materials like concordances and lexicons and stuff like that, and lots of online resources to in order to understand the meaning of the texts. But if you want to write something new, then you would need to have the education. So, like, if you wanted to argue that the concordance is wrong when it says that agape means a sacrificial love or something to that effect, you would need to have some education on the ancient languages in order to make that argument. But if you want to go with, hey, this is what the meaning of the word is according to all the published works, I think you don't need a degree to do that. So I think that if you're going to make any kind of significant argument against people who are, writers of some of this stuff, you need to be able to write at the same level as they do. So, so there's that. I do actually have an end goal, and it does come back to my theism. But it's not like I'm anti-science or anti-scientific community or something. I just want to be what I think is a voice of reason in the whole discussion, and I think that there is a place for that, and I think that there's sorely lacking right now. That we have, as far as science, there are a few scientists that are Christians out there, like John Lennox is probably my favorite. But they are not nearly as well known as someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson. And so I think that it would be nice to have somebody who can be a mouthpiece on the other side, if you will. And I do actually have, and I'm not going to spell out the details here, but I do actually have floating around in the back of my brain a few ideas that I want to put to the test as far as very deep dive things in the world of theoretical astrophysics. When you get into things like Big Bang Theory and dark energy, dark matter, the big ones, I have some significant ideas that I cannot prove are logically sound without having the proper education and be able to write out and basically create the mathematical equations necessary to basically demonstrate my ideas. And so, and they've been, some of these ideas have been bugging me for decades. And so, it's something that I finally will have an outlet for if all goes well. And so, so I'm, in order to be able to do this long-term goal, I need to be adequately prepared for that, and that means that I'm going to have to spend the bulk of my time, working. In fact, I will tell you, I actually have a little whiteboard and dry erase markers in my car so that when I'm driving Uber in between calls, I'm constantly doing mathematical equations. I'm trying to refresh myself to get back to a pre calculus level before I start because year one, semester one, as a freshman with a physics degree, you're taking calculus. So if you're not ready to take calculus, you're not ready to go for a physics degree. So I need to refresh my brain, if you will, mathematically. And it's kind of funny. I talked to the dean of students over the physics department at MTSU, which is where I'm going to go for my bachelor's. And when I talked to him, he pointed out something I never really thought about before. He said, mathematics are not like riding a bicycle. He also, well, two things. One, if you're going to go for physics, it's the most mathematically intense, or actually, it's the second most mathematically intensive degree you can get. To which the obvious question is, well, what's the first? And he said, that's going for a degree in mathematics. That's the only way to have a more mathematically intense degree than physics. And the other thing, though, and this really stuck with me, and the reason I've been spending so much time just doing math is He was talking about, mathematics are not like riding a bike. You will forget if you don't do it. And do it. And so you have to constantly keep yourself in practice. And then he pointed at the wall where he has several equations written out on the wall. He says he's redoing equations himself all the time just to keep himself from forgetting how to do certain, so he does a couple of quadratic equations every day. He'll chart a couple of graphs every day. He just basically goes through the basic stuff that you have to do in order to keep your mind in that mathematical language and be prepared for working on this stuff. So when he said that, I was like, really? I never thought about it, but I'll try. And so sure enough, I did like a quick. There's a great resource, by the way, if you're thinking about going back to school and you're going to need a lot of math. Khan, like Khan Noonien Singh, Kahn, Khan University Online. It's completely free. They do accept donations, and it's done by a guy. I think his name is Sal Khan, or Sal Khan, I think. And he is a professor of mathematics. He basically you can take everything from basic arithmetic all the way through calculus on his website. And it's endorsed by the professors at MTSU, at least. It's endorsed by professors all around the country. And it's basically, it'll give you college level courses in math without having to pay for college. It's not you don't get any credits or anything, you can't transfer, but it's a great system for refresher, and a lot of students will use it because there's lectures for every type of equation. So if you get stuck on something in your math class, so you're taking calculus 2 and you're completely stuck, you can go to his calculus, whatever type of equation it is, and watch the video he does on how to solve certain types of equations. So I've been using that, and so I started out and I wanted to. I mean, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go day one here. So I went to high school pre-algebra and started there. And so basically, very, very basic stuff like, doing basic equations where you put in variables and stuff like that. And so it'll start out with like, 1 plus A equals question mark, and then solve if A equals 2, that kind of thing. And then it goes up to like solving for A. So if like says 1 plus A equals 3, how do you, resolve that to get A? And then you get up to, more advanced equations as you go through it. And so I went through high school pre algebra, high school algebra 1, high school algebra 2, high school geometry, and now I'm in college algebra 1. I'm midway through college algebra 1. I still got, and so then I'm going to be doing, college algebra 2. And then I don't remember if I have to do something else before I get to pre-calc, but yeah. And so I'm trying to get through it as quickly as I can. I've only been doing it for a couple of months now, so I've already gone through a few years worth of math in a couple of months. But I highly recommend it if you're interested in mathematics. Is Khan University Online. It's again 100% free. And so I will. I'll go to your chat now and see what you guys have to say, answer any questions about it, or any other questions that come up for the next hour ish. But then I do need to go. I got some driving to do today. Gotta pay them bills, and I am way behind. That ice storm last week threw me for a loop, and I'm still have not even come close to catching up. All right, so after my whole thing, Darren, saying you said thank you, and then he says I would join you, but whenever I end up in the mix, certain subject always seems to come up that tends to sour the basket of apples. So I will tell you this, Darren. If you want to join, you are of course welcome. As for that particular subject, and I think I have a base, we'll say, flat line idea on what that might be, I will promise you right now, I will not bring up that subject. The only time it will become part of the discussion is if you bring it up. And if somebody else brings it up, I will quickly quash it. Okay. Unless they're trying to basically, in a serious way, try to defend the idea. But I will, I'm not going to, that's not what this is about. Like I said, it's not a debate club. And so if you want to bring it up, like if we get to a particular passage that you say, well, this, absolutely proves my point on whatever. If you want to do that, you're free to open that can of worms, but I will not open the can of worms. I will make you that promise because I'd love to have you there. You're an intelligent guy, and we haven't had enough time to really get into deep dive theology, and I'd love to talk to you about some of that stuff because I find that stuff really interesting. Especially talking to people with different perspectives, because I have been known to change my position on a few things. I used to be all in on the rapture. Now I don't think there is a rapture. But I'm not. But it's also not a major issue to me. I'm not very flexible on the major issues. I'm extremely flexible on the minor issues, and I think most issues are minor. Which, by the way, includes that flatline issue. I think that's a minor, to be honest. I think it can become a major when it impedes people, but that's a whole other discussion. We've talked about that before, and I'm not trying to turn this into a discussion on that. You got after me saying you're welcome after you had said thank you, hence my question marks. Well, I was being sarcastic in case you hadn't figured that out, Darren. Artemis 2 launch was delayed for bad weather. I think today was supposed to be the new launch date. I actually heard a couple of days ago that they were pushing it like a couple of months or something. I don't remember. And then Robert said, "Never mind. It's been delayed now until March 6th." Okay, so March 6th. So about almost exactly a month, but 2 days less. Are you going to be a greeter? Obviously, no. Ever watch Life of Brian? Yes, it's been a very long time. I didn't. That's not my favorite Monty Python movie. I think and granted, I know Monty Python has never been particularly reverent of religious beliefs, but I think Life of Brian takes it a bit too far. It's. I would say this: Holy Moses, the Dudley Moore comedy, which I actually saw in theaters, was, in my opinion, a funnier version. The big difference with Holy Moses is it's a person who's mistaken for Moses as opposed to for Christ. But that's not even. I just don't think Holy Moses. And I haven't seen Holy Moses since it's been in theater, so I could be totally wrong. Because when I saw it, I was not exactly a staunch believer. But I didn't find Holy Moses as offensive as I found Life of Brian. But it could be just because of where I was at the time. And then, why would you go to college given your advanced years? And I think I explained that, but if you have another question about it, Darren, feel free to ask. Michael could have been an astronaut and go to Mars. I don't want to go to Mars. And I'll tell you what, I mean, on the one hand, I've thought about it. There have been times when I said, oh, I want to go to Mars. That'd be awesome. You know, and even now I think about like I would, there are parts of me that would I would love to live on the International Space Station. Why? Because I'm in constant pain and being in a constant free fall like you are. It's not zero gravity, but if you're in a constant free fall like you are in the ISS, it would. Wow. Yes, the pring. I know something's really exciting. Somebody out there? Wow, Tabring got really riled up. Anyway, so unlike the ISS. To go to Mars is a one-way trip. If you go to Mars, you are never coming back. And people have done YouTube videos on this and stuff already. There's a myriad of reasons. There's the logistical reasons. Getting you back would be a major task in and of itself. But the problem is that it's something like, the multiple year trip just to get there. I think the round trip is something like at least 4 years. But even then, if you spend any significant amount of time on Mars, your body will adapt in ways that are extremely detrimental to living on Earth. Your bone density will go significantly down, and that alone would make life on Earth nearly impossible when you get back. I already have enough health problems I couldn't even think about that. So while I think about, like, boy, living on the ISS would be nice because it would actually be relatively comfortable, I would say more likely a vacation on the ISS would be nice. Of course, the cramped quarters wouldn't be that great, but I would probably like the weightlessness part. But Mars, definitely not. All right, Darren then says, "You mean you want to go to college and take a slot away from a younger person just so that you can have letters after your name?" No. Again, I think I explained. It's not because I want the prestige of being Dr. Salty. Although you better believe that's what I'm going to change my name to online once I get that degree. And if I took it the next step, maybe even Professor Salty. But I like the sound of Dr. Salty better. But anyway, but no, it's not the prestige. Darren says, "Sounds like you're being interviewed by someone who just wants to spend taxpayer money." I understand that type of conservative attitude about government programs. I am a relatively conservative guy, but I'm not anti government programs just because they're government programs. I think that there are government programs that are wasteful and frivolous, and I think that there are government programs that are fruitful and good. And I think something like Voc Rehab is in the fruitful and good category. Because keep in mind that the net cost of Voc Rehab is a negative number. Because what they end up doing is getting people off of Social Security and welfare. And so there's less people drawing Social Security benefits, drawing SNAP benefits, drawing any kind of government assistance, Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff. It reduces spending on that and gets people back into the workforce. Now, am I going to be a huge benefit to the system overall? No. Because yes, by the time I graduate, I'm going to be, I would technically already be at retirement age. But the nice thing is that, as a professor, I could continue to work well into my 70s, and be perfectly fine as long as my brain is still there. But my intention would be, because I will tell you, the hardest thing about this whole MS journey that I've been on for the last 5 years or so, the hardest thing about it has honestly been not working. It's been not being productive. That absolutely drives me nuts. And I'm sorry, but a program that will allow me to become a productive member of society again, I am for. And like I said, yes, I want to be an astrophysicist, but if, for people that are disabled that want to be a therapist, or they want to be, an architect, or they want to be whatever they want to be, if you have a program that can get them off of the dole and into a productive part of society, why is that a waste of taxpayer money? Now, granted, again, I'm an old man, but let's say that I was 35, 40, all right? Then the net benefit would be astronomical because now you're looking at removing 20, 30 years worth of taking Social Security and Medicare and stuff and reversing all that expenditure. Yes, in my case, it's not going to be a huge net win for the system, but I think that the program overall is. Street Preacher says, how is your math? Getting better. I know I talked about the Khan University thing. I will be honest with you, it's just remembering some of the little steps. You know what throws me more than anything else? And it's a stupid little basic arithmetic things that throw me for a loop. I constantly forget, and something I'm trying to train myself to be more observant of, to when there is, for example, if something is a negative number, I'll forget to bring down the minus sign sometimes, and so I'll end up putting in a positive integer for my solution, but it's actually the negative integer. So the absolute value is correct, but I might have the sign reversed, and so stuff like that. I get confused, and I think that actually is a lot because of my dyslexia, and so I have to retrain myself to double check that kind of stuff. And I have to. I didn't know all of it, but the little bit that I did know, I have to relearn, and of course, I have to learn the rest of things like the Greek alphabet, because most of it is used in mathematics. Not necessarily as the Greek letters, but for various symbols. Like I think it's epsilon, if I remember correctly, is a symbol used for as part of a set. You know, it's kind of weird, but yeah. And that's why I went into humanities. I stalled out on calculus. I can understand, math is so there's two problems with math. One, you have to be somewhat mathematically inclined, right? And uh, anybody who has a pretty much a basic, because there are people that there actually is a thing, it's similar to dyslexia, but it's called dyscalculia, and it is actually a real learning disability when it comes to mathematics. So people that suffer from some form of dyscalculia can't even get to the college algebra level. If you just have a head for math, you can definitely get through college algebra. But yeah, once you get beyond, it requires not only a head for math, but a certain level of intelligence that. And when I say intelligence, well, I know somebody asked about that. Well, we'll get to that later. But yeah, you do need a certain IQ to get past, like, calculus or pre-calc, we'll say. The worst reason to go to college is, I don't know. The second worst reason to go to college is to get a title like doctor or professor. I would actually tend to agree with both. And by the way, it's not just to get a title like doctor or professor. It's even to just get a title like BA or BS. Just to, like there are lots. I talk to kids all the time driving Uber who, they're 18, 19 years old and they have no clue what they want to do. And they're in college and I say, oh, what's your major? Well, I'm taking business management. I say, oh, okay, why business? Well, I, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do, but I figured it just made sense. Well, you are not going to use that degree, So that is an absolute waste. Josiah says, my sucks math because I had people that hated me for no reason in school and held me back. Josiah, I don't know your life story, but I will say this. And I'm not trying to pick on you, but it's just a fact. If you look at something and you say, gee, why does everybody hate me? It's not them. Something to think about. Well, isn't IQ more? Okay, here we go. More about reasoning skills, spatial reasoning, etc. Yes, which is exactly why IQ is so vitally important when it comes to math, particularly advanced math, because when you get into higher levels of math, it's about your reasoning skills, logic skills, spatial reason. I mean, when you're talking about charts and stuff, keep in mind, like we see, gosh, I don't have my whiteboard handy, but I have one of those whiteboards that has a grid on it for plotting charts. And I'm actually saving my pennies to get a larger whiteboard to put in here for more complex equations. And who knows, maybe eventually I'll talk about them on this channel. Those videos I'll probably leave up. But in fact, that could be kind of fun just to do like salty talks about, quadratic equations or whatever. But anyway, so when we look at something like charting a graph, right? So you might have a very simple graphing equation like, x equals, y plus 1, right? That's a very, very simple one. And so then you have your x, y coordinates. So whatever your x is, or whatever your y is, x is y plus 1. So if your y coordinate is 1, your x coordinate is 2. If your y coordinate is 2, your x coordinate is 3. You get the idea, right? So that's how you chart. That's a linear graph, but you get the idea. Now, imagine when you start getting into things like multi-vector calculus, right? So now you don't have just x and y, but you might have z, right? So now you have a three-dimensional space. But then you might actually have 4, 5, 6 dimensions. That's why I think when we talk about certain things like M theory having, I don't remember, what is it, 11 spatial dimensions or something like that. It's basically doing this multi-vector calculus type thing on 11 axes, not just two like is common in basic algebra. And so you do need extreme spatial reasoning to understand, let alone resolve those types of equations. So yes, IQ is extremely important in mathematics in general, but also specifically in physics, because physics is all about, reasoning the universe, if you will. Not just, I mean, yes, there's cosmology, which is my favorite subject in astrophysics, which is the study of the universe as a whole. But then you also have just astrophysics, and that, a typical thing like in astrophysics would be something like general and special relativity or quantum mechanics, stuff like that. Sometimes people argue that those are cosmological. Well, quantum mechanics really isn't, but you could argue that about relativity. But Newton's laws, you talk about that kind of stuff, and it's all about reasoning out the nature of existence. That's what physics is, and that's one of the things that's so beautiful about it. And so, yes, IQ becomes incredibly important. Okay. Stan says, I'm good at those tests where they show a geometric shape and then they show the same shape from different perspectives and that's which will match. But I suck at math. So, yeah, that's spatial awareness. But then your logical calculating skills are off, right? So that's what you would need to work on. I actually am better at the logic side than the spatial awareness. I'm good with the spatial awareness, but not as good, and that's probably because of my dyslexia. But it's funny because for some things I have a really easy time picturing in my head. I have a harder time expressing it on paper, which is kind of weird, but that's just the way I am. And Josiah says I suck at math too. Well, then don't become a math major. Stan said, or physics says, just mean I think if you can have an IQ but not be proficient at something like calculus, you can. So I would agree. To like, for example, to paraphrase a more famous statement, not everyone with a high IQ is good at calculus, but everyone who's good at calculus has a high IQ. And when I say high, I mean, above average. How good was young Michael at arm wrestling? Depends on how young, not very. I had skinny little arms. I was a wiry dude. And can continued high level education help delay the symptoms of MS? Yes and no. I actually, this is something I talked to my neurologist about. It can definitely help you reduce or even reverse cognitive dysfunction. And I've actually noticed that because I had a little bit of cognitive issues, not like lowering my IQ, because that's actually remained steady, which I only knew that because they had to test me. But my memory was having some problems, and so one of the things that my neurologist suggested is games that utilize strategy and spatial awareness and mathematics. So I do like I have a Sudoku and like a math crossword type thing. And I also play a couple of strategy games on my phone and stuff. And that's what I was doing in between rides most of the time until I started doing the Khan University stuff. And it's funny because doing the games I could tell, help slow down my memory loss. Doing the Khan University stuff has straight up improved my memory. So as far as cognitive ability, absolutely. However, as far as physical symptoms of MS, there's no reversing them. You can delay them chemically with like things like Ocrevus, which I take and stuff. Other than that, it's just treating the symptoms. So you're never going to like for example, if you have like one of the signs of MS is lesions on your brain, right? Which I do have several. They will never get better. Now, the good thing is your brain, and lesions are just small spots of brain damage that's caused by the MS. And the interesting thing about the human brain, and I've no interest in getting into neurology, but I do think it's interesting, is that the human brain reroutes better than Mr. Scott ever could. And when I say that, so if you have a section of your brain that becomes damaged somehow, then the brain very quickly adapts other parts of the brain to fill that particular function. And it's remarkable at doing so. And so, if, for example, say your damages your language center, right? Now you may forget how to speak English, but if you relearn English, it'll just learn it in a different part of your brain. It'll remap a part of your brain to be your new language center. Now, you still have a net loss, and so like my brain, has a slightly less amount of function than it did before I was diagnosed with MS. However, that's why I take the various things like Ocrevus to slow down the progression of MS. And who knows, maybe they'll actually come up with a cure before I become a mental vegetable. Let's see, and I think you should pick something else. To be honest, a PhD seems like a hollow pursuit. Well, I don't know if you still feel. I know you said that before because I saw you pop that in. I don't. You said that before. I explained why I was going for a PhD. I don't know if you're still here, Darren, but if you are, I'd be curious to know if you still feel that way. It's like doing crossword puzzles. Actually, yes, that actually does help. And then Stan asked Darren what he would suggest: a trade school of some kind. Maybe build on the degree you already have. Well, so first of all, so as far as the degree I have, the graphic design degree, there's a couple of problems. One is my physical dexterity has been significantly impaired. And thank you so much, Trustin, with a $5 Canadian, so it doesn't really count, Super Chat says, "Got to run. Have a good day." Thank you so much, Trustin. Hopefully, you'll get some emails before Wednesday, and so we can talk about anybody that wants to join us. But thanks again, Trustin. You're always a friend. And so Trustin says, or Darren, back to so build on the degree. So my degree is in graphic design. My dexterity, there's large motor skills and fine motor skills. Large motor skills is things like walking, doing, basically big things, moving this around, stuff like that. Fine motor functions is things like manipulating a pin or a mouse, typing, stuff like that. And my gross motor skills, the larger stuff, is definitely impacted, right? So I now most of my struggles with walking is due to an imbalance in my equilibrium, but even without that, it's just becoming more and more painful to walk or to do anything other than just sit, which sucks, but that's how it is. My fine motor skills, oh, absolute crap. Like I will tell you, there is nothing that I hate more right now, and I didn't used to feel this way, but there's nothing I hate more right now than texting. I suck at texting. I try, like, I can't hit the space bar. Every time I try, I hit like the letter N for some reason. I can't seem to hit the space bar. My motor skills are that far off. And if it wasn't for the fact that Google has a pretty darn good voice to text mode, I couldn't text at all functionally anymore. But even then, unfortunately, it does weird things with punctuation. Like it puts a period in between random words for some reason. I don't know why it does that, but maybe because I have weird cadence in my voice and I pause every once in a while. So every time there's a brief pause, it throws a period in there. And so it looks a little odd, but at least you can read what I'm saying if I do the voice to text. Sometimes, however, it does weird things, right? So, like, I'm trying to remember, I was saying something to Mr. Know It All, and it actually came across as really funny because I said a word that I think is something from like from Star Trek or something like that, or maybe the username of somebody. Oh no, it was, yeah. We were talking about the reaction from some people on the latest Starfleet Academy episode, and I said, have you seen Nerdrotic's take on it or something? And then instead of putting Nerdrotic, it put nerd psychotic or something, and so, which was funny, but yeah, it does things like that. But at least you can usually get the idea, and yeah. PhD in a honky tonk, yes, indeed. Actually, the school in question is Vanderbilt University in Nashville. It's a private school, which means that I couldn't go there for my bachelor's with the program. But technically, you can. But the deal is, if you go to a private school, they will only pay based on the state school rates. So if a state school costs $100 a month, just throwing weird numbers out there, and the private school costs $300 a month, you'd have to pay 200, right? So you don't want to go to private school if you can avoid it because it'll cost you money. However, when you get to the PhD level, they pay you, so it's not going to matter. Is he ashamed of us? Absolutely not. I love you guys, but I'm trying to think long game here. Will you have a sweet old person as your professor? I don't know. I'll probably be older than my professors. I joke whenever I have a college student in my car now. I joke that I'm going to be the oldest freshman on campus. But I mean, it's a joke, but it's also probably going to be true. I don't know. I'm sure there are some older students than me at MTSU right now, but I may be the oldest freshman this year. If you're spending your own money to get a PhD, I'd say go for it, but you're not. Right, so you think that government programs that help people because they're old are bad. Gotcha. Which, by the way, I find that kind of discrimination to be discrimination. I'm sorry. Just because somebody is old doesn't mean they're useless. And here's the problem. I understand the practical side of it. As a person who is fundamentally conservative, I don't want to see money being wasted. But I don't think it's wasted money to give people dignity, right? And I genuinely believe that if the government is going to offer a benefit, no, I don't care what the benefit is, it needs to be completely discrimination free, with the exception of this if there's something that you have to, some status you have to be in to qualify for the benefit that's not a protected class, right? So, like, your government can't offer benefits only to black people or something like that. The only possible, exception to that would be something like reparations, but that's a whole other discussion. But you can't offer benefits to just people of a specific race, a specific religion, or anything like that. Now, that's one of the reasons I'm opposed to Social Security the way it stands, because Social Security discriminates based on age, in that for regular Social Security benefits, you have to be, 67 or whatever to get full benefits now. Excuse me. Sorry. But anyway, so you have to have a certain age to qualify. I think that is discrimination based on age. However, my solution is very simple. You take the age requirement out of Social Security completely. So, like when people talk about dicking around with the retirement age, screw that noise. No retirement age. Instead, you make Social Security strictly a disability program. So that way, anybody of any age can get it and get full benefits, but you do have to be disabled. I also don't like that Social Security discriminates based on your wealth. When I say that, I don't necessarily mean that there's no means testing. I don't have a problem with extremely liberal means testing. When I say that, I mean, like, let's say you own a house and you have at least $5 million in assets, something like that, then you wouldn't qualify. Like, you have to be literally wealthy by any normal measurable standard in order to not be able to get Social Security benefits if you're disabled. That being said, I don't like the fact that, for example, the amount you get as a recipient of Social Security is directly tied to the amount of money you earned prior to getting it. Now, some people say, well, that's only fair because you're just getting back what you paid in, except that's patently false. You're not getting back what you paid in. You're getting back far less than what you paid in if you compare it to, say, putting it into a 401k or something. An argument that conservatives make all the time for privatizing Social Security is they say, hey, I put this money into a 401k, I got $10 million. I put it into Social Security, I get $2,500 a month. What's the deal? Right? And I get that, and I agree with it in principle if Social Security were a retirement plan, which I don't think it should be. I think it should be disability. And so instead, I think that the benefits should be based solely on cost of living, and it should be adjusted based on your personal housing and primary transportation expense. And so, for example, if you become disabled, and when you become disabled, you currently have a mortgage that is, today's numbers will say you're paying $1,800 a month for your mortgage, and that's $1,800 out the door. Like, I'm not saying, oh, we're not going to count tax and we're not going to count your homeowner's insurance. No, 1,800 total, right? So let's say you're spending 1,800 a month on your mortgage, and you have a car note that say has $20,000 on it, and you know you're making payments. So there are two ways that you could approach this. One would be to simply add, you would do the baseline benefits of, let's say that you calculated, okay, for disposable income, we think that because remember, we're not just trying to keep people alive. This really bugs me. I don't think the goal of Social Security is just to keep people from dying, right? I think the goal is to let people have dignity, to let them continue to be people. And so, how much disposable income does a person need in their life to basically? I'm not saying they should be rich, but I'm saying that they should be able to do things. There's nothing wrong with going, taking your spouse to the movies, or by, occasionally going to a concert, or, taking a vacation every once in a while, right? There's nothing wrong with those things. But you have to budget for that stuff. It's not like you're going to just hand somebody a huge income. But what I would do is, like, let's say that you come up with, we'll just give a weird number, pull a number out of the air. We'll say 1,500 a month disposable income. So then you add to that, and here's where I think the SNAP program could be revamped a little bit. But I would utilize something like SNAP uses a specialized debit card to for food purchases, right? And then the debit card can also has a cash mode for cash purchases. And so you would utilize the same kind of system like Snap uses. And so so you would say, okay, well, we're going to give people, what's a reasonable, realistic food budget. Not, like I will tell you, the amount of money that some people get on SNAP benefits is laughable. Right, I knew when we were living in Oregon, there was a lady living next door to us, and she was fully disabled. She was she had severe mental illness, and so she was unable to work in any capacity whatsoever. And so she had Section 8 housing and all that, which I say get rid of Section 8 because that is a waste of money. Because either way, like it's just government getting into things too far. I'm okay with certain regulation on rental increase. I do think that should be regulated because housing is a basic necessity of life. I'm not opposed. Like, if, for example, you put a place up for rent, you can set the price at whatever you want. You want to rent your house out for $100,000 a month. If you can get somebody stupid enough to pay that, knock yourself out. Or you put it out for, $500 a month, whatever you set the price at, that's perfectly okay. What's not okay is to get somebody in at $500 a month and then say, ooh, the price of real estate went up. I'm going to jack up that rent. So now I'm going to make it six, seven, eight, $900 a month within a couple of years. That actually happened to us. We were living in low income housing. And our rent went from, gosh, it was somewhere like around 600 or 700 a month to when we moved out just a few years later. And that was when we moved here to Tennessee. They were about to jack it up to over 1,000 a month, and we could not have paid that, or maybe it's like a little less than that, but we couldn't have paid it. There was no way for us to pay that rent. We would have absolutely been homeless at that point. And so I do think that increasing rent needs to have limitations. I don't have a problem with the regulation on that. But I say set your initial rent to whatever you want. However, eviction also is something that you have to have grounds for. You can't just evict somebody. Now if you're going to completely renovate the property or something like that, yes, that can be legitimate. However, I would say this: you could, and where you start getting into the nitty gritty of regulation, but you would say, okay. However, the people that lived there before have to have first right of refusal when the place is put back up for rent, and then basically there would be a limit to how much you can jack up the rent after a renovation project, right? And you set whatever is an appropriate number. So, anyway, and by the way, no, Robert, when I get to you, well, since it's going to be a while. So Robert was saying I would get if I got rid of Section 8, it would greatly increase the homeless population. No, because that's where we get into like for Social Security. Remember, Social Security is going to be the catch-all disability program. And so, if you're on Social Security, and let's say that you're renting a place for 800 a month, or you have a mortgage that's $1,000 a month, whatever it is, your housing costs X number of dollars per month. So you immediately you said, okay, baseline housing is that amount of money, right? So $800 a month, and then every year it gets an increase based on the if your landlord increases the rent, you send a statement in, and then they increase the benefit by that exact same amount. Right? So, and it's not a payment made to the landlord. You don't need the extra bureaucracy. It's just an increase in your benefits monthly. So we're just saying. So, part of your Social Security check is $800 if that's your rent to start, and if your landlord increases the rent by $50 the next year, the landlord would be required to submit that in writing. They already are. And so you take a copy of that and you send it to Social Security, and so that they increase your housing benefit by exactly $50, right? So your rent or your mortgage is covered. And so, but that's all based on pre-existing. So like if you are, if you have a mortgage for $1,800 a month, your base is $1,800 a month. If you pay rent of $800 a month, your base is $800 a month. If you move, because that's optional, you don't have to move, because under this plan, wherever you're living, you can definitely stay there. But if you move, then the readjusted benefit will be based on median price for the area in which you live. And so if you live in Nashville, the amount of your housing benefit, if you move from your current place, instead of being the exact amount that you were paying, will now be whatever the median cost is for Nashville, right? So that's how you would calculate, and that will not change. And so every year it'll be adjusted based on the median price, assuming you move. And same thing if you sell your house and buy another house, median price. That's and as far as a mortgage, right? So so if you're smart and you save up money or whatever and you buy a house cash, you'll get extra benefits based on the median house price, right? So that can help you. So it benefits people that are wise with their finances. All right. So housing covered. No need for Section 8 or any of that. No need to go through all the crap that landlords have to go through with Section 8 and that tenants have to go through with Section 8. It is so stupid that in some cities there is a wait list that is generations long to get into Section 8 housing. It should just be based on where you already live. I'm sorry. And I get it. Oh, that's not fair because somebody has a nice house will get a bigger benefit. Well, you know what? They earned it because they managed to get into a nice house before they became disabled. So I'll give that one to them, right? That's a break for the rich. For all you people that want to give breaks to the rich, there's one for them. So then, so that takes care of that. Then food, same thing. You basically, so you look at, one of the things that really made me angry was when RFK, and I'm not going to mock his weird voice or anything, but when RFK talked about how these people on SNAP benefits, like they try to make it so you can't buy candy or whatever on SNAP, and that they should be going to Whole Foods and getting all organic and all that because that's the healthiest way to eat and pesticides are killing us, blah, blah, blah. Then give them enough money to do that. I'm sorry, but the SNAP benefits that people are getting is pathetic. If you are telling people to go to Whole Foods and eat all organic, especially if you're going to eat anything other than, if you're not going to go to Walmart and get ramen and canned foods, but you want to go to Whole Foods and get fresh meats, fresh vegetables, a balanced diet, and, all organic and everything, you got to give them enough money to do that. But then to have the gall to say, because you need assistance, you don't deserve to ever have anything fun like candy or ice cream or something. I'm sorry. Why? Why is it that we're going to, again, it's just, we're not, I understand that, yeah, we don't want people to die. And that's the primary reason for social programs, is to help people and prevent them from dying. But at the same time, we also want to let them keep their dignity. My God. It's just stupid to say. And look, I understand, because Stan just said something about, somebody calculated something like 70% of SNAP benefits is being used to buy soda. I don't know how they came up with that figure, because I've known, I don't know, not counting like my son and my daughter, because they both have disabilities and don't get full Social Security because they didn't have enough work history, which is the other problem with Social Security. But they both got SNAP benefits, and they weren't going out. I mean, yes, they bought soda, but they didn't just buy soda. I mean, 70% on soda. I mean, what are they doing? Are they cooking by pouring a can of Coke into the pan, and then, I mean, I don't understand. How do you spend 70% of your money, or 70% of your food money on soda? Yeah, I couldn't remember the number, but yeah, my son, my wife calls him Mo because that's just a nickname. But yeah, he gets $163 a month. So now, yes, he's just one guy. Can he eat on $163 a month? Yes, he can. But he ain't eating good. He ain't eating healthy unless he, puts other money into it. You certainly are not going to be, going to Whole Foods and getting organic. That's not going to happen. And people say, well, chicken has come down in price. Yes, and beef is at an all-time high. Are you saying that people on SNAP benefits shouldn't be allowed to have beef because it costs too much? I'm sorry. Why don't you just go? Why don't you just make beef illegal if you're going to seriously do that kind of level of discriminatory regulation on people? Just because they need assistance doesn't mean they shouldn't be able to choose what they eat. And I understand that some people are going to make bad choices, and you say, well, that costs us money in the healthcare system. Well, then make everything unhealthy. Why didn't we, like, think about Demolition Man. Why don't we ban salt? Right? Why don't we ban salt right now? Why don't we ban saturated fats right now? Why don't we ban all preservatives right now? Why don't we ban everything that's unhealthy? We should just ban it completely. Because if the argument is that consuming these products increases healthcare costs for everybody, and that's an argument to be made, I'm not saying it's untrue. But if you're saying we don't need the freedom to choose what we eat, what we need is lower healthcare costs, then ban everything that's unhealthy. And by the way, while we're at it, we should reduce the speed limit on freeways down to 40 miles an hour and strictly enforce it. Like, if you go 41 miles an hour, that's 6 months in jail, right? So you go hardcore on it. And so ban any foods, any practices at all that increase your risk of health deterioration, right? People should not be allowed to buy chainsaws. People should not be allowed to. In fact, it becomes a felony to run with scissors. Why not? Let's just do it, right? If we're gonna live in a authoritarian dictatorship, let's just go for it. All in the name of it's good for you. And I'm sorry, I know I've been on a tirade about this, but I think it's important. So back to the Social Security plan. So you got housing covered 100% with the initial benefit. You cover food with SNAP, and I would say for an individual, you would make like the basic food benefit probably about $500 a month. And I know people say that's way too much, but I would also take away limitations like being able to eat out. I'm sorry, why can't people that are on SNAP benefits go out to eat? Because we don't want those poor people going to a restaurant. Why not? Then ban restaurants if it's a health reason, And if you're saying poor people, well, not necessarily poor people that are on assistance of any kind don't deserve to be able to do anything fun, F you. But and the thing is, if you take away the retirement aspect of Social Security, all this is it's not gonna increase how much we're spending on Social Security. By the way, the other thing I would do with Social Security is remove the cap on Social Security tax. That will also increase the influx for Social Security. Anyway, so enough about Social. Let me finish up real quick. So we have the housing is covered, food is covered, and then you put in a basic, I would say average based on your area and the size of your housing for utilities and stuff. And then you would have disposable income. And so remember, I said, hey, 1,500 a month is good disposable income. Okay, so you get $500 in your SNAP card, $800 because that's what you're paying in rent, plus say $150 for utilities or whatever it ends up being, and then you get $1,500. Bam, covered, done. Right? Some people, the benefit will probably be close to what I'm getting now. Some people, their benefit will be significantly higher. And people that are just on Social Security as retirement, going away. All right, end of rant. So, to Darren's thing about how terrible it is for me to, get a PhD on the state dime, Street Preacher asked if he had any degrees. Someone with jars versus someone with boxing gloves. Well, I'd say the jars are definitely an advantage because they are hard, and especially if they're glass jars, they will cut the crap out of you if you break them. So boxing gloves are relatively soft. Now, I'm assuming two people of equal physical prowess. So, yeah, someone with a cutting weapon versus someone with a soft cushion on their fists, I would say the cutting weapon wins. And Darren's answer as far as degrees is yes. And Street Preacher says, real ones or like Bachelor of Arts like me? Hey, don't let, Bachelor of Arts is a real degree, right? BA and BS doesn't mean that one is real and one is fake, right? But Bachelor of Arts, so for example, graphic design, that's a BA. But graphic design is also a very technical field, and so, you know, it's a weird distinction sometimes between BA and BS. But I think both can be difficult and both can be easy depending on the subject matter and requirements. Right? I felt my graphic arts degree was incredibly easy for me because most of the graphic programs that we use, things like Photoshop and Maya and stuff, I already had some experience with, so it was very easy for me to adapt and just learn a few new techniques. The math classes didn't go beyond algebra and geometry, so it wasn't really tough there. The English went as far as creative writing. I was expecting that to be hard, but it actually turned out to be pretty easy. So I got a 3.74 GPA without trying. Now, wouldn't say without trying at all, but with minimal effort. Someone with a vacuum cleaner versus someone with a dustpan. Well, that's interesting only depending on what kind of dustpan we're talking about. If we're talking about cheap Timu plastic dustpan, vacuum cleaner is going to clearly win because you have basically the dustpan is nothing but like a big flap that does nothing versus someone that has a big, heavy, blunt instrument. However, if you're talking about someone that has like a 1975 metal dustpan, you peel the plastic part off or the rubber part off the tip, and you got a seriously sharp weapon. So that person wins because they're more agile and able to slice the person. Only beneficial part of my degree was I met some friends who ended up starting a company and giving me a job. Well, I mean, yes, it depends on what your degree is in, but I don't discount a degree just because it's arts versus science. And Darren says like yours, so I guess Darren has a Bachelor of Arts. I don't think I've ever actually had to prove I have a diploma. No, it's funny. Most businesses won't ask you to prove it unless it's a absolute necessity. Like for example, I've applied for jobs where it said must have a college degree, and so they say, "Do you have a college degree?" And you say, "Yes." Okay, great, and then they move on to the next thing. However, let's say you're going to be an MRI technician. Okay, do you have a degree in MRI technologies? Yes, I do. Okay, where did you graduate from? Let me see your transcripts. Because now you're talking about something that has a very specific degree that applies directly to that job. And it's to prove you actually have the skills to do that job. What is the printer making right now? It is making two little tiny trash bins. Right, that's actually what it is making. And let me see. It's estimating that they'll be done. Let's see. It's 11:36 right now. Looks like probably about midnight. Oops, wrong button. Let me go back to. Here we go. All right. Also, traditional students tend to look at non-trads, traditional students, as annoying and interferers. They have very little regard for them, so prepare for that. I ain't worried about that. I am not worried about that at all. So, right. So, I will tell you this. It's funny because I know you say that, and I know there's some truth to that. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, this is a major college town here, Murfreesboro, and MTSU is the biggest school in town, which is where I'm going to be going. And every time I drive students from MTSU around and I tell them about the fact that I'm going to be going in and as the world's oldest freshman, their response is usually awesome. Can't wait to see you on campus. And sometimes I'll even go suffer. Like I had one kid that was actually a physics major. I said, "Oh, cool," and I said, "I'll be competing with you for a PhD program probably in a few years." He goes, "Oh yeah," and I said, "But here's the deal: you may have youth and energy on me, but I'm a hell of a lot smarter than you are." And then the guy looked for a second and laughed, and he said, "Yeah, you got me there." So there's this understood but unspoken law that says that the younger generation has youth and energy and the older generation has intelligence and wisdom. So and that's always been the case. Like, for when we were younger, it was, the greatest generation and the baby boomers and the lost generation. They were the ones that were old and wise. Where Gen X was just a bunch of young pucks, right? So with every generation, the older generation becomes the old wise generation. But I'm not worried about that because if some student has a problem with me because I'm old, well, F them. I don't have a problem with them because they're young and stupid. I heard they had a hydrogen fuel leak. Yeah, I heard that too, as far as the Artemis. Cotton Hill versus Tom Anderson. Oh, Cotton Hill, easily. Don't get me wrong, I think Anderson is no slouch. For those of you that don't know, those are two characters voiced by Mike Judge with the exact same voice. And in fact, well, no, actually, Hank Hill is the same voice as Thomas Anderson, but they're kind of a similar character in that they're an old curmudgeon and you know veteran, that kind of thing. But Cotton Hill, yeah, you don't get any rougher than him in that universe. There's a city, I forgot which one, that is starting to use robots for DoorDash. It's going to hurt a lot of people if that's ever instituted nationwide. I think LA is doing it, and there might be one or two others. Well, just like I will tell you, this is one of the reasons I will never buy a Tesla. And don't get me wrong, I don't hate all Teslas. Granted, I think the cars are very generic looking, but I think the Cybertruck actually looks kind of cool. But I will never buy one, even if you gave me one, I would sell it. At least as soon as it became legal, because Tesla tries to stop people from selling their cars. But at any rate, And the reason being is that Tesla's trying to put people like Uber drivers and stuff out of work. And the sick thing to me, and this is where you get into like, there's a difference between corporations making money, which is what corporations have to do, and corporations being greedy. Companies like Uber and Lyft are investing millions and millions and millions of dollars into Tesla and Waymo and other companies to build autonomous taxis so that they can literally just get rid of the drivers and take all that juicy revenue. Because it's just plain and simple corporate greed. And, you know, I'm sorry, but that to me is disgusting. I understand, look, technology, like, for example, I think that the beauty of autonomous cars is for people who are too disabled to drive. So, if, for example, if you're blind, or if, like someone with ALS, or if my MSFer progresses to the point where I can no longer drive, whatever, somebody can no longer physically drive, or they have a mental health issue that prevents them from being able to handle the emotions of driving, then being able to get in your car and just tell your car, hey, I want to go to the Publix on Memorial Boulevard, and having the car just take you there, that's perfect for someone like that. So if you can own a car, but you can't physically operate one, autonomous cars, no problem. And I would make getting an autonomous car basically require a special license. Where if you have an autonomous car, you have to have a license that basically says you can't drive. And so, but your car can drive you. That way, you don't have nothing but autonomous cars running around. And don't get me wrong, I know some people say, well, autonomous cars are safer than regular cars. Yeah, well, I have my opinions on that, but yeah, I think anything that can be hacked, and, I would say, even though I don't think it's happened yet, eventually it will. One of these days, the movie scenarios where somebody's just in their car and then all of a sudden it drives itself into oblivion. Sooner or later, that's going to happen. That's a big element they cover in The Expanse. I'm not sure what that is, unfortunately. Native Martians. Oh, here we go. Yeah, native Martians are incapable of surviving on Earth due to the higher gravity. Yeah, well, it's not Martians. It's Belters. Martians can survive on Earth, but it's difficult. Belters literally are just crushed by the gravity. Which is actually, that is fairly accurate. A person who is a Martian, they could go to Earth on, say, vacation, and it would just feel like, oh, everything's so heavy, right? A Belter, someone who lived on something like Ceres, which is a dwarf planet, which is the big place in the belt. Someone that lived in conditions like that, they would have such low bone density that being in Earth gravity would crush them. Let's see. Except for some of the military people who are actually regularly trained on Mars or 1G Earth gravity. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I think that realistically, even a Joe average Martian would be able to survive on Earth. They just wouldn't enjoy it very much. But yes, the military people, they're the ones that can do it without blinking because they train at Earth gravity because their whole plan is to fight Earth. You see, the Belters actually evolved different physiology, skinny, longer limbs. Yes, and that is all pretty accurate, actually. I wish you good fortune in your pursuit of higher learning. LOL. It's hard to take you seriously when you finish it with an LOL. I don't know what to make of that, Darren. If you're even still here, I haven't seen you post in quite a while, so I doubt you're here. And Expanse is also even when I challenge you to say something. And the Expanse is also an interesting example how universal basic income might end up working. Yeah, because notice on Earth a lot of people don't work just because they don't want to. And if we had unlimited resources, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. But I think that in a resource scarce world, or at least a world where resources need to be actively gathered and all that, having a universal income like that would destroy the economy because If a bunch of people just didn't work, I mean, and people say, well, people are going to want to work because they'll be like the car. Oh, people want to better themselves, blah blah blah. Except that that's not true. We saw that for COVID. A lot of people refused to go back to work because they got so spoiled being on extended unemployment. So, absolutely, I think if people could get away without working, they wouldn't. A lot of people. I obviously like. I don't work, and it's driving me nuts. But people that don't already have a natural work ethic, you say, yeah, you don't have to work. Be like, okay, which ends up making the Earthlings mostly miserable. Yes. That is the most realistic thing about universal basic income. I tried to learn Greek, but it looked pretty hard to learn. Well, it's all Greek to me. I'm not going to learn the language, but just the Greek alphabet because that's necessary for advanced mathematics. Like you see these posts on Twitter where people get different math answers mostly because of disagreements about the order of operations. Well, the problem is with a lot of that stuff, is there are set rules to the order of operations. And so if two people are looking at the same equation and they get two different answers because of order of operations, one of those two people is wrong. Or I would say at least one of those two people is wrong. Because there is a definite hierarchy of when to do different operations. Yeah, I went to university in the late 90s just because, and that's what everyone was doing. Yeah, that is a horrible reason to do it. College nowadays lets people go to who doesn't need to be there. Let people go to who doesn't need to be there. College has always allowed people who don't need to be there to go. I mean, if you pay the tuition and you meet the entrance requirements, you can go. It's that simple. And of course, some people get scholarships, but they don't give scholarships just because you don't want to go to college. You still have to earn it in some capacity. Usually by virtue of being part of a group that a certain scholarship is aimed at, whether that group be a ethnic group or whatever, or a group of people that have a specific interest or whatever it may be. However, there's still almost always, in fact, I don't know of any that don't have some level of academic competition to get it. So, for example, people think, oh, well, you have the United Negro College Fund, only goes to black kids, right? But it's not like it goes to every black kid, right? It's the black kids that get the best grades. So, it does have the racial component to it. And if it's a private scholarship, I don't have a problem with that. I would have a problem with the government doing that, but I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with a private scholarship doing that. I had no career plans, but just seemed like the logical next step after high school. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. Like I'm great at things like, and there's a link. Oh, the spatial ability test. Yes, I get what you're saying. I don't know what the test is, but I know you said look at things from different angles and be able to tell which one is the same object. I get that. But my math is weak, and then there's another spatial test, I guess. And then it says, like, I can immediately recognize that D is the same model rotated, but some people have difficulty doing the rotation in their head. Yeah, totally. And that's spatial awareness is something that it's kind of funny. So men tend to be better than women. Autistic people tend to be better than neurotypical people. And higher IQ individuals tend to do better than lower IQ. Let's see. Robert says live action Satan versus Jack Nicholson in Witches of Eastwick versus the Al Pacino version where he was the head of that law firm. Yeah, that was Devil's Advocate. When you say live action Satan, which one? I mean, you could be talking about Gabriel. I can't remember his last name, but the actor Gabriel something that was Satan in the last or the was it? Oh gosh, the Last Days, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Or you could be talking about Satan, the kaiju-sized, stereotypical-looking devil with the giant penis walking around, and this is the end. So I don't know which Satan you're talking about specifically. However, I would say this: Satan is Satan is Satan is Satan, right? And so whether you're talking about Jack Nicholson or because Jack Nicholson was I believe he was supposed to be Satan, wasn't he? I don't think he was just a demon, but if he was just a demon, then he loses. But if he was Satan himself, all the other iterations, it's the same character, just portrayed by different actors. Satan does not have omnipotence or omniscience. He doesn't have God tier power, but he does, at least, in most movies and stuff, he has the ability to manipulate reality and to influence people, but not necessarily he can't control people, but he can influence people. And yeah, but I think they all pretty much have the same power set. It's just written for, like, whether it's comedy or serious drama. But ask me to count a game of darts or cribbage, I'm useless. Yeah. Which performance is the better one? Oh, which performance is the better one? Well, again, I don't know what you mean by I see. So you're saying which is the better live action Satan, Jack Nicholson in Witches of Eastwick versus Al Pacino in Devil's Advocate? That's tough because they're both great performances. They're both scenery chewing performances. But I would have to give it to Al Pacino just because I like, and when I say I like, I mean I appreciate, I think, from a biblical aspect, his version of Satan better. And I also like the fact that they frame it in the legal framework, like when they're starting to argue over the validity of the information in the Bible, and how he's basically saying that the source is biased and all that. I like his portrayal, and also like at the very end when he's like, "Vanity, it's my favorite sin," things like that, so spot on. Whereas Jack Nicholson is just your horny little devil, right? So I think that Al Pacino is a more convincing Satan than Jack Nicholson. Well, I should say this. Al Pacino's character in The Devil's Advocate is a more convincing Satan than Jack Nicholson's character in Witches of Eastwick. But if I had to pick one of those two people as actually being Satan, it would be Jack Nicholson. For some reason, I guess that either, I don't know what happened, but I already read that. That's weird. And which performance is the better one? Oh, that's why, because I doubled back. If Michael is of Irish descent, he should have learned to speak the Irish language. Yeah, I do. It's called English. And I am of Irish descent. I am my ancestry. Now, I haven't done the 23andMe or anything. I want to one of these days, but I just don't have the money for it. But my actual lineage ancestry, not counting what genetically might be mixed up in there, is approximately, I would say, 2/3 Irish, and then 1/6 Scottish, and 1/6 Welsh, roughly. No, I have to think about that for a minute. So you have four grandparents. Okay, so my four grandparents, I have two grandparents that are completely Irish, so that's 50%. And then on my dad's side, I have, okay, so actually, check that, so never mind. So it's about 75%, or no, 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 sorry. Okay, so 50 and 25, so 60. Okay, so roughly 62.5% Irish, 25% Scottish, and 12.5% Welsh. That would be actually, I think, accurate. Lineage wise. As far as the actual genetics, I don't know. And there's Trustin's super chat. I know he's long gone, but I just want to say thank you again, Trustin. He's the most awesome person today because he's the only one that gave me money, and giving me money makes you a better human being. Robert then says, though Salty Trekker, why didn't Starfleet ever implement the explosive Captain Garth? Why didn't Starfleet ever implement the explosive Captain Garth created in whom gods destroy? Just imagine a few grams of that explosive added to photon torpedoes. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, because he put a piece the size of a grain of sand or whatever into that locket, and it shook the whole area when the explosion went off. I know the explosion on screen wasn't all that impressive, but the fact that the whole place shook, if I remember correctly, it was. I know Garth was bragging that's the most powerful explosive in the universe, and yes, the man was insane. So take that with a grain of salt. However, it did seem to be an extremely potent explosive. That being said, photon torpedoes are much more stable because remember that explosive. Like most high explosives, under the right circumstance, can detonate at any given time, right? So you want to be, like if you have a stick of dynamite and somebody flicks a cigarette at it, you're going to have an exploded stick of dynamite, right? So that's assuming the cigarette actually hits the fuse or whatever. But so you got to be careful at that. But if with a photon torpedo, it's a matter antimatter warhead, and the matter and antimatter, it's not just. I mean, remember we're talking about space magic here, but it's not just that matter and antimatter collide and they explode. That's true, but it's that you have to have similar particles of matter and antimatter. So to put it in real world, and this is not entirely accurate, but it's kind of the way their technology works. So if you have a particle of hydrogen, or an atom of hydrogen, I should say, you would need to match it with an atom of antihydrogen. Now that's not really how it is, but it would really be more like an electron and a positron, right? And so when you have them collide, they annihilate, releasing an extreme amount of energy. So with an antimatter is such a powerful as an explosive that remember an ounce can completely destroy a planet. We saw that in the episode Obsession. The explosion from an ounce of antimatter literally ripped half the atmosphere off of the planet. So anything that was alive on that planet would be dead. So it's extremely potent, and I don't know how accurate that is. I mean, if you really want to know how much yield you would get, it would be E equals mc squared 100%, which is far more efficient than like a fusion or fission explosion, which is E equals mc squared, but only a small fraction of 100%. So if you got 100% of E equals mc squared on an ounce of matter antimatter, I've never done the math on it, but that would be a huge explosion. But the beauty of using electrons and positrons as your explosive source, as opposed to the Garth explosive, is that even if, let's say that the photon torpedo casing was, the area where the photon torpedoes are was hit by, I know they would probably do it differently if it was in a movie, but just trying to think realistically. If, say, somebody else blasted the torpedo bay, kind of like what happened with the Reliant in Star Trek II, where it hit the actual torpedo bay. In fact, I've heard people try to make the argument that that should have blown up the Enterprise because they hit the torpedo bay with phasers. Therefore, any torpedoes in that bay should have been detonated. Not true. And in fact, that's probably one of the surprisingly accurate things, even though it's probably accidental. Because you would have to have the electrons and positrons come in direct contact with each other in order to actually have the explosion. And so that's why in a torpedo that's not armed, you don't have the electrons and positrons anywhere near each other. Right? So you probably only have one in the torpedo at all, more than likely the electrons. And then you would inject the appropriate number of positrons into the antimatter bottle, and so for the detonation. So the So torpedoes would be infinitely more stable than Garth's explosive because its stability is 100%, unless it was the most flukish of fluke incidents ever. Robert says, "Wow, Secretary, get rid of Section 8." Okay, I already answered that a while ago. And person with the name that I'm never going to pronounce says, "Evening, how you doing?" Let's see. Just yesterday, out of curiosity, I looked online for available property for sale in my area. 5-acre underdeveloped lot sale price was $235,000. That's just crazy for undeveloped land. Well, it depends on where it is, what it's zoned for. Which I'm not a big fan of zoning regulations, but I can understand. Like I can see having zoning laws for industrial work. All right, I don't have a problem with that. But my personal opinion is if you own the land for personal use, you should be able to do anything you want. The only time zoning regulations should come into effect is if you are running a business that is an actual business, not just, hey, I have my own farm for my own personal stuff. Knock yourself out. Now, yes, if you're living in the middle of a city, that could be pretty annoying if you have a bunch of chickens and sheep and cows, and you only have a 500 square foot lot. But then you would get into animal control or whatever if you were violating animal rights issues. But I say do what your land with your land, whatever you want to do. I don't think you should have to get permits. I understand the purpose behind it, but this is one of the areas where I'll go with like the libertarians on this. I don't think permits should be a thing for a personal residence. Right? If you want to build a house with shoddy construction and have it fall apart after a couple of years, that's on you. Just don't expect me to bail you out when your house falls apart. And good luck getting homeowners insurance if your house wasn't built up to code, right? The code will still exist. It's just that the code will be accepted standards and practices that but you can ignore if you want to save money. So if you don't build it, like in fact, I'll give you an example. My mom actually did a renovation in her house without permits, and it was all up to code. It was just done without permits. So when we sold the house, then the permits had to be retroactively gotten and inspected to make sure that it was all up to code, which fortunately it was, but that was something that happened. But at any rate, so $235,000 for how much land did you say? A 5-acre undeveloped lot. That sounds like a lot of money, but if that's 5 acres on a river, 5 acres on a lake, 5 acres in pristine country or whatever, or is it 5 acres in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming? Well, I guarantee you 5 acres in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming is not going to cost you $235,000, right? But if you have 5 acres that are on a river near a major metropolitan area, that might be completely reasonable. So I don't know. You'd have to tell me the details of the land, or hey, send me a link for it. I'd check it out. Does that 235,000 come with free ghosts? Well, there's that too. If it needs to come with ghosts. Does that land come with a pet cemetery? Because sometimes dead is better. I like the original, not the remake. I don't know, Attica. Maybe it does. No pet cemetery. And that's such a shame. Stan then says, well, didn't they calculate something like 70%? Oh, yeah, you already. I don't think that's possible. Like I said, let me see. Right now, let's just see. How much is a half case of Coke? All right. So a half case of Coca-Cola, which is a 12-pack for those of you that don't know, it sells between $8.42 and $17.99, depending on the sale and retailer. While full cases are common for 21 to 25. So let's do a full case at $25 because that's a nice, easy number. Now, my wife already said my son gets $163 a month, right? So 163 times zero point 0.7, so that's 70%, would mean $114.10 spent on Coke, right? Now, that's not an unrealistic amount of Coke to drink in a month. That's only, we'll say, 4 cases and 1/2 case, right? So, which would mean doing it properly, that would be 9 halves, right? So if we say 9 times 12, that is 108. That would be a little better than, 3.5 cans of Coke a day, right? You could consume that. You wouldn't have any teeth, but you could consume that. So 108 cans of Coke a month. But that's assuming now, keep in mind, this is the important part to keep in mind here. So if we then go back and we, wrong button, 163 times 0.3. So that means, so he has, 3 cans of Coke every day. And then he has $48.90, which is, whoops, wrong button. Man, I hate when I hit the wrong button on this. So 48, or no, 41.90. I'm sorry. Did I say 48, 41? Now I got to redo it. Okay, 163 times 0.3. Okay, yeah, 48.90. Oops, 48.90. Bye. So that is $1.63 a day for food, assuming that you get $163 a month, and because that's what my son gets, and he gets pretty close to maximum individual benefits because his income is so low, because he just gets Social Security disability, and it ain't that much. So, so that's so he gets 3 cans of Coke every day, and then $1.63 to spend on the rest of his food. That ain't realistic, right? I mean, because that's not going to happen. Now the stupid thing is that even with the forgetting about the Coca-Cola for a second, even if you spend 100% of your SNAP benefits just on good, nutritious food, that's $5.43 a day. That's including tax, by the way, if it's applicable in your state. So you have 550, we'll just use round numbers, 550 a day, according to RFK, to go buy good, organic, wholesome foods with fresh veggies and fresh meats and a balanced diet. You're going to do that on $5.50 a day. Good effing luck. All right? So don't tell me the problem is that you allow people to buy soda. Sorry for the tirade on that. Food isn't supposed to be entertainment, but it's also not supposed to be torture. And that's the thing, is that I don't have a problem with somebody having a glass of wine, a glass of beer, or a glass of Coke with their dinner. They don't have to just have a slice of bread, a bowl of top ramen, and a glass of water. Okay, I understand that people don't want to give ridiculous luxury items to people on benefits. And I'm with you on that. I'm not saying to give them fine Russian caviar and champagne from France and all that. I'm not saying that at all. But you base it on, okay, so if RFK says that you need to eat organic, natural foods, right? Then you find out what the average cost of an organic, natural, healthy breakfast, lunch, and dinner, along with any applicable, like, that includes drinks, so things like milk, and we'll say with dinner, a glass of wine, which, by the way, is not unhealthy. even though I'm not a big wine drinker, but we'll just calculate like an average bottle of wine. Like a bottle of wine is like what, 4 glasses or so. So we'll say, 2 bottles of wine a week per person. And so you have a glass of wine with dinner, a glass of milk and juice with breakfast. You ever remember those commercials? Frosted Flakes is the fun part of this nutritious breakfast. So you have a glass of orange juice and a glass of milk for breakfast. With lunch, I would say put a can of pop. I'm okay with that, right? So, and then a good healthy organic meal for each meal, right? You ain't doing that on $5 a day. You ain't doing that on $20 a day. If you're talking organic, fresh foods, you're probably going to need between $25 and $30 a day to get quality organic products. And so you give somebody, and I don't know what the action, but I said earlier, I was just pulling an arbitrary number. I said 500 a month for food. 500, that would be $16.66 a day. Even that is not going to get you really great whole foods, right? But at least you can eat on $16.66 a day, and you can eat reasonably healthy on $16.66 a day, assuming you're cooking all your own foods, right? You can eat if you're getting pre-prepped foods. You ain't gonna be eating that healthy on $16 a day, but you can survive on that. So $500 a month per person, I think, is completely reasonable. And it's with today's prices. Come on, $16 won't even buy you a decent steak right now. And I'm not. I was at the store yesterday. A decent steak, and I'm not talking about ribeye or anything like that. I'm talking about like a sirloin steak or something like a lean cut of beef. You're looking at close to $20 right now, right? So yeah, don't tell me that that's exorbitant to give somebody $500 a month. Now, if that person gets the $500 a month and they spend it all on pop, right? That's their, they don't, I'm not going to force people to be healthy. I'm sorry, I'm just not. And by the way, that would be 20 cases of pop a month, which is ridiculous. That would be, let's see, 30, it'd be 16 cans of pop a day. So I don't think that's happening. But I mean, that would be difficult to do, even if you loved Coca-Cola, right? That would be very difficult to do. But at any rate, so I think that you could do it on $16 a day. You're not going to eat like a king, and if you choose to waste your money on sugar snacks and pop and stuff, yeah, and I'll tell you, do you know why people actually tend to buy unhealthy foods? Because they're cheaper. That's the dirty little secret. They are less, a lot of people buy crap food because you can, it's empty calories and stuff, but it'll keep you going. You'll be unhealthy. You might develop chronic illness later on, but it'll keep you going on $163 a month. You can absolutely survive with top ramen, candy bars, and soda pop, and you can do that on $163 a month. You cannot eat organic food for $163 a month. It's hard to do on $500 a month. I forgot to read that one. Providing sugar water is also a cause of diabetes and increases health costs. So, again, you can't use increased health costs as an argument unless you're going to ban it, because it increases health costs if you earn your own money and buy it too. And if we're thinking collectively here, which is the only argument there, if you're thinking collectively, then that has to apply to everybody. And that means we just ban sugary foods, right? And as far as causing diabetes, that is a myth. That is untrue. Sugar does not cause diabetes. What causes diabetes is an inability to process sugars in your body. And if the thing is, sugar can be a trigger if you have the predisposition for diabetes. Like my wife has type 2 diabetes. She doesn't have it because she ate too many candy bars, But if she ate too many candy bars, we might have found it earlier. Some people are like that. I is spending money really badly. Well, yeah, but you know what? That's their right. I'm sorry. If you want to be stupid, it's not illegal to be stupid. I know people think it should be, but it's not. And if you're going to make it illegal to be stupid, you need to make every kind of stupid illegal. So the speed limit needs to be 40 miles an hour, right? 25 miles an hour if you're not on the freeway. In fact, you should probably I would say make the speed limit 25 miles an hour regardless, because it's very hard to die in a crash at 25 miles an hour. It should be illegal to walk anywhere on a public street because you might get hit by a car, right? It should be illegal to own a chainsaw, illegal to own a ladder unless you are a licensed professional and you are bonded and have insurance for it and everything. Obviously, sugary snacks and stuff like that all gone. So yeah, let's go pure totalitarian. Others spend it smart. Yeah, that ain't me. I'm not good with money. I'm not gonna lie. My wife has to do the money because yeah, I'm stupid. It's funny. I can do the math all day long. Doesn't mean that I apply it. I don't get any benefits and drink water. Sometimes I squirt real lemon or real lime. I give it some flavor. That's great, but don't get me wrong. That's fine if you choose to do that because you want to be healthy. But if you're doing it because you can't afford anything other than water, that's a societal problem. And by the way, most tap water is not as healthy as you might think. So, there's that too. And then Stan says ban sugar, not salt. Oh, so you're going to have personal preferences based on what you like, right? Because since you can go without sugar, but you can't go without salt, don't ban salt. But someone else might have no problem getting rid of salt, but loves that sugar. So they're going to say the opposite. And don't get me wrong, you might be saying, well, actually, sugar causes. No, it does not. You know the purpose of salt? It's fun. I saw this doctor. He was like, I can't remember. He was a biologist of some kind, but he was saying that there are only two sources of natural endorphins in the world, right? Under normal, natural circumstances, there are only two things that give you, or dopamine, I mean, that give you a genuine shot of dopamine. Those two things are sex and food. And you know what the purpose of salt is? To make it so that food gives you more dopamine. And you know what that does? It makes you eat more food. And so then what we do, we start putting other stuff in, like MSG and other seasonings and stuff to improve the flavor of food. And all that makes us eat more food because we want more dopamine because humans are naturally addictive creatures. And before you know it, you have a whole nation of fat people. So no, you got to ban both. There's no need for salt in our you can argue about preservatives all day long, but we don't need them, to be honest. We have the infrastructure to provide fresh food without preservatives to everybody in this country, and in fact, we should be able to do it to everybody in the world, but we just don't have the gumption to do so. Well, I wish I got $160 a month in SNAP benefits, owning my own home, paying my bills, and so forth. I only get $93 a month in SNAP. Yeah, well, because SNAP is and this we talked about this earlier, Robert. SNAP is directly based on your income and your assets, right? So my son doesn't own a home, my son doesn't own a car, and my son doesn't have any significant assets at all, right? So he gets, I don't know what the absolute maximum benefit for SNAP is, but he gets a pretty good benefit from SNAP. Let's find out what is the maximum benefit for SNAP. So according to Google, the maximum monthly SNAP benefits for the 48 contiguous states and DC are $298 for one person, 546 for two, 785 for three, and 994 for four. I think that's hilarious that the amount of money per person goes down the more people you have in the house. Like suddenly you don't. And I understand you can save a little money by making food in larger batches, but at the same time, it should just stop making things more complicated than you have to. Government, you just make it $500 per person. Done. So one person in the household, $500. Two people in the household, 1,000. Three people, 1,500. See how easy that is? I don't have to sit there and use a calculator to figure out what my budget per person is. But yeah, so 298. My son gets 163, and my son's income is crap. How the heck do you get 298? I don't even know. I guess you would have to not be able to get Social Security and have zero income. And so, and by the way, I think I don't. I'm trying to see. Does that include cash benefit? The minimum benefit is $24. Yeah, what are you going to do with 24 bucks? Let's see. Higher maximums apply in Alaska. $4,354 for a family of four in Alaska. So that's more than double what. And now, granted, I understand why Alaska would be more. In case you don't know, everything costs a lot more in Alaska because everything has to be shipped there. There's no, you don't have farms in Alaska, so all their food has to be imported from the lower 48. That being said, 4,000. That's crazy. Okay, and here we go. Asset limits: $3,000 for households with elderly disabled members. $2,750 for most others. So that means that you can't have more than $3,000 in assets to get the full benefit. That's a load of crap. I'm sorry. So, yeah. And by the way, that's something I went to the mat for my son with because they tried to disqualify him based on him being right at the asset limit, I think, one time. And I said, hey, whoa, he's disabled, so it's the higher limit, and had to fight on that. All right. Our world is falling apart. You can't have nothing nice anymore. Well, that's a double negative, but I get your meaning. I would say this. I don't think that a person, I totally, going back to Christianity for a second, what did Jesus say? How you treat the least of these is how you treat me, right? So, how we treat the people on disability, how we treat the people in jail, how we treat the homeless, that's how we're treating Christ, right? So, do you think you should just give Jesus $100 a month for food and tell him to not have anything fun? Yeah, didn't think so. Isn't it an incentive to get off of SNAP? So here's my thing on that, and I'll say this, Stan. If you can get off of SNAP, you shouldn't be on it. And what I mean by that is very cut and dry. I do not believe, and this is something that I know pisses off a lot of people, and I don't give a crap. I do not believe that the government should be handing out any type of cash benefit, and that includes SNAP, to anyone who is able bodied and unwilling to work. Or, as the biblical principle is, and this you can look it up, it's in the New Testament. This isn't even an Old Testament thing. If you are unwilling, not necessarily, if you're unable, that's different. If you are unwilling to work, you should not eat. That's in the Bible, right? So I totally agree with you that if somebody is able bodied and willing to work, they absolutely need to work. Now, what do you do for people like, oh, well, this woman, her husband, this real circumstance that happens sometimes. So you have a husband and wife, have a couple of kids, husband's off working, doing his thing. He meets a hot young secretary and decides to run off with her, right? And so now the wife is stuck at home with two kids, a monthly rent and no income. And even if she manages to get child support from the guy, it's not going to be enough to pay for everything, right? Not unless the guy was filthy rich. So what do you do in that point? Well, you got to give him benefits, right? Yes, but I think that there should be a qualifier. Remember, it's he who is unwilling to work shall not eat, right? So it's very simple. If you are an able-bodied person, but you're finding yourself in a circumstance where you're in desperate straits, right? And you need, you need, because the thing is, when you need benefits, you don't need it 6 months from now when they get you approved. You need it that day, right? So what you do is you go into the Department of Health and Human Services, you sign up for the SNAP program for you, and I would call, probably, let's see, what would it be called? I'm gonna give it a name right now. Let's see. So that doesn't sound good. Let's see. That's even worse. Let's see. Okay. Um, so we'll call it BAPT. I just couldn't come up with a good acronym. So benefits for able-bodied persons. Right, so you go in, and when you apply for it, bam, you're instantly approved for whatever the median is for your area. Right, so you don't have to, you don't have to go through a 6 month waiting list or whatever. You sign up, you get it instantly. However, you are agreeing 100% that you will now do anything that the government needs you to do as far as menial labor. So, and so basically, if we need someone to clean toilets in public restrooms in every city building, guess what? You're cleaning toilets, right? Now you say, but what about the kids? Well, you make part of that package your benefits plus childcare, and so and then how do you provide the childcare? Well, guess what? You're going to have an influx of workers. Some of them are going to run your childcare. Now, some of those people are going to stay on and make a career out of working for the system. That's fine because you know what? Even though they're going to get a decent benefit from it, we're going to end up paying them less than we were paying contractors to do the same work. So I'm fine with that. And so, so if you have somebody that needs benefits, bam, you do any menial unskilled job because you're an able-bodied person. So we're not talking about people with disabilities, but you'll do any work that we need you to do. So that means clean toilets, whatever. If you are unwilling to do the work or you do an unsatisfactory job, you lose your benefits. So it's that simple. And I think that would take care of the able-bodied people. And I would make the benefit for able-bodied people not a ton less, but less than the benefits you give to disabled people. Because disabled people, I think we 100% have to take care of people. They're disabled. Able-bodied people, we just like what I was saying earlier about disabled people. No, we're just trying to keep them alive until they get on their feet. Right? So if someone, if a woman or her husband leaves and all that, and she needs X number of dollars, and you can do this, you have social workers that'll do the math. Okay, your rent is this much, your car premium is this, and all that. So we're going to cover that, and then give you X number of money for X amount of money for spending. And in actuality, there'll be very little disposable income, probably like $100 per person or something, so that you can go out occasionally, but you ain't, doing a lot. And so that way you have food, utilities, housing covered, a little bit extra so that you can occasionally get some ice cream or go to the movies, and then you can have that until you get yourself a real job. And guess what? If you need education, we can talk about expanding voc rehab to include that program. But you would have to be willing to go to school and work. It's not, well, I can't possibly work because I'm going to go to school. No, there's no deferment because you go to school, like there is for so many government programs. Instead, you go to school and you work. Just like a person with a real job that's trying to go to school. Just like because I'm going to be going to school and still driving Uber. It's not like my bills are going away just because I'm going to be on this program. So I'm still going to be driving Uber, and it's going to be exhausting, but I'm going to push through it. One Social Security in the USA, like 80 to 90% stuck, aka you can't touch it. The Social Security Trust Fund is a weird thing. People who have gotten in trouble for calling it a Ponzi scheme. However, that is exactly what it is, because the people paying into Social Security right now are basically paying the benefits for the people that are on it right now. And so when those people get to retirement age, the next generation of people is going to have to pay for their benefits. And that's why we run into these problems, because they start thinking, well, wait a minute, there's not enough working people in 20 years to pay for the amount of retirees there'll be in 20 years. What are we going to do? I got it. Let's raise the retirement age by 1 year and that'll cover it or whatever. That's where we come up with these arguments about that stuff. But the myth about, oh, there's an IOU in the Social Security Trust Fund because it's been raided by the Social Security funds and the general fund for the U.S. government are two totally different funds. It's just that the Social Security Fund is immediately paid out in benefits. And so there's the reason there's nothing there is not because of some nebulous thing where they're spending the money on, transgender basketball leagues in Saudi Arabia or something. It's because because they're paying out that money in the form of benefits to other individuals. And no, not to people who are 150 years old, for those of you that still believe that myth. My house I got as an inheritance. It's still an asset. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you shouldn't have it or anything, but the way the government sees it, you have a house, and therefore you don't need help. I know that's a bunch of BS because we've been struggling to hold on to this house we live in right now, and it's such we have to go through so many stupid finagling things to comply with the government because since my son lives with us, if we all had, and this is so dumb, but it's true. If we all we went grocery shopping together, and my wife made dinner for everybody and all that, it would cost us less money in food, and that would be awesome, right? Except we can't do that legally. We literally can't do that legally. Instead, my son has to buy his food separate from us, prepare his meals separate from us, in order to get any benefits. Because if he's not, if my wife cooks dinner for him, all of a sudden he's a part of our household, and my assets, is in other words, my house, our two cars, and my Social Security income and my Uber income all count against him, and his benefits immediately drop to zero. Same with my daughter. So they are tenants. They pay rent, and they do. And by the way, we are, and this is one of those things. I know, as a Christian, if you don't do this, shame on you. It's anti-Christian behavior. We do not lie to the government about these things. So when we say our son pays X number of dollars a month in rent, guess what? He does. Same with my daughter. We do, in fact, charge them rent. We're charging them well below market rates for what they get. And all utilities are included, not to mention dad is their personal Uber driver. And so is mom. But mom drives them more than dad. But anyway, because dad's out driving real Uber. But you get the idea. However, all their food is separate. Unfortunately, we don't have 3 refrigerators in the house, but so we try to keep. Okay, here's Ebony's stuff, and here's Joshua's stuff, and here's Dad's stuff. It's really stupid the way we have to do everything, but we have to do it. Like I have my own cupboard in the kitchen that has my food in it. My son has his cupboard on the opposite side of the kitchen that has his food in it, right? That's just the way we got to do it. That is stupid. Instead, you say, okay, disabled person gets X benefits, right? So if we say, and by the way, again, it would require some kind of honesty, but so if we charge my son, rent, that's fine. That counts as housing expense for him. It counts as income for us, right? And so, but and that's another thing we have to do. Like technically, my son pays rent to my wife, not to me, because if he paid it to me, it would go against my benefits. So it's yes. But the stupid thing is, even though she doesn't, if my wife were physically able-bodied and she could work, she could be out there being a doctor or a lawyer or whatever, making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It would make zero impact on me because my benefits are based on my work history, not based on me being poor. However, if I make any money myself, benefits go away. So that means that everything we do that makes money, except for my Uber driving, basically, has to be in her name. I know my inheritance, it won't buy a house. That's the only reason we have a house is when my mom died. I'm not going to lie. If the government left left the UN and stopped being the main money source for the world, it could save taxpayers several billion annually. You're right. And you know what? That would be a literal drop in the bucket as far as the federal budget. People think, oh, well, if we just cut out all foreign aid, man, we'd be covered. If we cut out 100% of all expenditures that go outside of this country, not counting the military because that's technically a part of our country, but if we cut everything that goes out, like everything we give to the UN, everything we give to NATO, every little bit of foreign aid we give to every country, the money we give to El Salvador to pay them off for putting our prisoners in slave labor camps, all of it, we took it all back, wouldn't cover Social Security. Not even close. Maybe it would cover SNAP. Maybe. If you cut 100% of everything, which of course would not be the problem is that would also destroy the economy because a lot of people forget that a lot of our economy depends on international trade, which unfortunately Trump is currently making a shambles of. And we're only barely feeling it. People think, oh, the other countries are paying tariffs. Yeah, give it a couple of years. Josiah says, I'm not good at English. Well, then move to where you are good. And by the way, that is another thing. I'm all for making citizenship easier, but I make an absolute requirement of being a permanent resident in this country that you speak fluent English. And some people think that's racist or xenophobic. I don't care. If we can't communicate, we're not a country. So that's one thing where I would say, hey, if somebody is here illegally, and they want to be citizens, I'd say, great. Guess what? We'll give you X number of months to learn English if you don't speak it, and other than that, as long as you haven't been charged of a violent crime or anything, fine. But you have to speak English. And you also have to be same rules as anybody else. You have to be willing to work. You don't. I'm sorry, but same rules go to international. People that come into this country, and I don't. Under any circumstances, if you're unwilling to work and you're able-bodied, you do not eat. So if you're coming in because you might be a refugee from Somalia or whatever, and you might have come from a really crappy situation, but that doesn't mean you can't work, right? Now, you might have to work certain types of work that don't require you to speak English yet until you learn it. But the requirements of you getting any kind of benefits would be the same as like I was talking about for the single mom, right? That you can get benefits based on how much it costs you to live. However, you will work for the government at that point, and we'll put you at any unskilled task we need you to. Now, if you don't speak English, we'll make sure that it's something that is not customer facing, at least until you learn. However, another part of that requirement will be English as a second language courses that you must pass. And I'm sorry, unless you are developmentally disabled, which would be a different classification, you can pass an English as a second language class and within a couple of years be able to speak English well enough to communicate. There's no excuse for people walking around, and I have it all the time in Uber, and I really hate it. People where I've had, where I had 3 generations of a family in my car. The only one that spoke English was like the 5-year-old. I'm sorry. No, that's not okay. Let's see. Oh, and let's see. I didn't read that one yet. And you can use the vacuum as a weapon, like Marge in the Simpsons arcade game. I didn't know Marge did that in the game, but I suppose you can. And Josiah agrees. And yes, I'm trying to wrap up, guys. So just so I'm in the home stretch here. Would you actually be the oldest freshman? I don't know. I don't know what the current demographics of the population of MTSU is. I joke, though, that I'll be the oldest freshman. Knowledge is great to have. Yes, knowledge is power. And then I'll be a real know-it-all. I figured a lot of mature students have been going back for degrees these days. There are some people that do, well, I'll be honest with you. The older people you usually find on campus, most of them fall into people that are auditing classes. That is, they're not paying for the classes, they're not going for a degree, they just go out of personal growth and benefit. They're the Picard people, right? They're like, oh, I want to learn about archaeology, so I'm just going to audit this archaeology class. So they sit in on the course, they don't have to pay for it, but they do have to get the books if they want to, and they go through the entire curriculum with all the regular students. But basically, it doesn't matter, if they get an A or they get a D, it doesn't matter. There's no transcripts for it because you're not taking the class, you're just auditing the class. Yeah, my buddy was looking into Tesla FSD for his 82-year-old mother. Oh, for the because I think I must have. I thought I was going to read it, but I guess I missed it. Somebody I think posted about getting a yeah, full self drive is what they call it for their 82-year-old mother. And you know what? Here's the problem. And this is why I say get a special license for a truly autonomous vehicle. And by the way, I would make it truly autonomous because we have a million regulations on cars, just so you know. Like, there's a new car coming from Honda that they're having to modify the design of just because, even though it's superior in every way to everything that we currently have in America as far as visibility, they have to make it doesn't have external rear view mirrors, and so they have to add them just to meet regulations, right? That's but it actually uses a system of cameras to see around the car. And so you look where the mirror would be, and there's actually an LCD on the inside of the car, making the car more aerodynamic, that shows you what you would see in a mirror. And the beauty is you can zoom in, zoom out, move it around and stuff. It's really cool. But as far as, so everything in a car is regulated, everything. So full self-driving cars, here's how I would do it if I were dictator for a day. And I know it's going to end up being state by state, but the problem is you are going to have to set a national standard because people drive across state lines. So if you're going to have a full self-driving car, number one, it will not have a steering system in the car. So you cannot just drive it yourself or go in full self-drive mode. It will be an autonomous car. Number two, it can only be piloted by a person with a specialized driver's license, right? So at least one of the people in the car must have the driver's license, says they cannot drive, right? Sure, they can take their kids and whatever to the store, and even if their kids are old enough to drive and have driver's licenses, that's fine. But if grandma wants to take them in her robot car, that's fine too, right? As long as grandma has the special driver's license. And what makes that, and then this is going to be the one that Tesla and stuff are going to hate, but I don't give a crap because this is the way it's going to be. The manufacturer of the car assumes all liability for accidents that are basically that would normally be a driver related incident, right? So if the car hits another car, if the car runs over a dog, if the car does any the car does any type of driving mistake of any kind. Now that doesn't mean if another car runs a red light and hits them. No, that's their fault, right? And since these cars usually have cameras recording everything, you'd be able to easily see. But if that car causes damage, or if the arbiter or judge says that the owner of the car is, say, 20% liable or whatever it may be, depends on the state, or you're in a no fault state, right? So any of those, the manufacturer assumes all liability, right? You would still have to get comp and collision insurance if you want it. And for those of you that don't know, liability means it covers what damage you do. Comp and collision means it covers what damage happens to you. So, like, if you have liability insurance and you run through a red light and plow into another car, your liability insurance pays for everything they need to be made whole again. However, your car is now wrecked unless you have comp and collision, or if it was their fault and their liability pays for you. So that means Tesla's going to have to assume liability. Why that? Because they better be so sure in their self-driving technology that they're willing to take on that liability. And they should be, honestly. If their cars are that good, if Elon Musk is not just blowing smoke when he talks about how much safer autonomous cars are, then he should be willing to accept that. If he's not willing to take that, then you don't sell them. Other than that, by the way, I would limit self-driving mode like autopilot or blue cruise or whatever you call it in your manufacturer's car. There's Super Cruise, Blue Cruise, and a couple others. Super Cruise is GM, Blue Cruise is Ford, in case you're wondering. But the it would only be on freeways, and only to the point like you would have to take control before exiting the freeway. And so that way you get on the freeway, you're in your high tech electric car, and you put it into super cruise mode, and you can even set an alarm saying, okay, I'm going here. However, the owner of the car is still liable for anything that happens. So if you put it into super cruise mode and then you kick back and take a nap and your car accidentally plows into another car, that's your fault. Your insurance has to cover it. It's not Tesla's fault that you fell asleep while it was driving, right? So Tesla's not liable for that if you are a licensed driver. However, in an autonomous car that grandma has because she's no longer competent to drive, that's on Tesla. So that's how I would deal with that. I hope that makes sense. And I think that's reasonable. I don't trust self-driving cars. Yeah, I don't either, to be honest. But I think of the M5 computer. What if they all decide to just start running people down? Oh, we don't. We don't. We know the technology isn't infallible. So should we always either should always be a human at the helm of any such technology? Well, that's why I say you'd have to have a special license, and it would have to be so good that Tesla's willing to accept any and all liability. She has a license, but she won't drive on the freeway, which means she has to drive to a lot of her doctor's appointments and stuff. He has to drive her to a lot of doctor's appointments. Well, but you see, if it's because she won't as opposed to can't, that's different. By the way, I know there are a lot of elderly people that should not be driving, but they can technically pass the driver's test because it's not hard to pass the driver's test. But the problem is to pass the driver's test doesn't mean you have the skills to avoid an accident. It just means that you know how to start your car, drive your car, park your car, kind of thing. It doesn't mean your reaction time is all that good. So I think that there should be two aspects to it. Obviously, you have to pass the driver's test. So you have to have a certain level of vision competence, and you have to be able to do basic maneuvers, drive, park, all that stuff that you normally do. However, in addition to that, so if you fail that test, you immediately qualify for the non-driver's license. Or you can voluntarily surrender your driving privilege. Because remember, driving is a privilege, not a right. And so you can surrender your driving privilege and get a non-driver's license. Sometimes I still have problems with my Pixel 6a after all. Okay. Oh, technology-wise, gotcha. Thermal, I don't know if you're still here, but welcome. I don't know if I've talked to you before. I drive for work close to 500 miles a week, 28,000 miles a year. It's nice to have my Tesla drive me on my weekends off. Yeah, and do keep in, and I understand that. But, I think that for safety's sake, it should only be on freeways, and you are still 100% liable. I draw the line. Because if you don't draw a hard line somewhere, then, people are going to inch it around and try to do a little more, a little less. I'm not into that. I say let's make a clear cut. Here's the dividing line. If you're an able driver, you can have cruise control basically that works on the freeways for full autonomous driving, but not when you're off the freeways. And since all the cars have GPS, it'll know if it's on the freeway or not. And then if you are an incompetent driver or you've surrendered your driving privilege, and that is permanent and one way. Once you surrender it, you never have it again. So if you're 16, you want to be a snarky little SOB and surrender your driver's license so you can get a full self-driving car and then get a driver's license again. So now you have your full self-driving car and a driver's license. It doesn't work that way. Once you surrender, it is permanent. You never get to drive again. That way people take it seriously. Marvin the Martian versus Elmer Fudd. Ooh, Marvin is so very, very angry. But Elmer Fudd likes to go hunting. So I would probably give that to Marvin because he has superior weapons technology. Marvin the Martian versus Thanos. Well, you would think Thanos, depending on if he had the Infinity Gauntlet. But the problem is that even though Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet is almost cartoon character levels of power, it's not true cartoon character levels of power. Marvin the Martian is a cartoon and therefore unkillable, and so I think Marvin wins. Just that the government considers someone that is 18 grown up enough and responsible enough to military service, and yet they have to be 21 nowadays to buy alcohol and tobacco and handguns. And yeah, you're right. I think that you should have to be 21 to be an adult. Actually, you should probably be older than that. The only thing more powerful, at least equally to Satan, is other angels. Yeah, I know there are differing opinions on whether or not Satan is truly an angel or not, but I would tend to agree. An angel is on par with Satan, which is by one of the reasons that Jehovah's Witnesses, by many, are strictly considered not Christians because they think that Christ, and I think the Mormons are this way too, that Christ is literally Satan's brother. They are both angels and therefore equal. Donald Trump is Satan for some reason. Don't know what you mean by that. But then follows up with Donald Trump is Satan for some. Look, everybody is called Satan by somebody, right? And I don't tend to do that. So while I disagree with Donald Trump, particularly on his behaviors, and I do think there are definitely antichrist in his behavior, I don't think he is the capital A antichrist, right? But the people that say, and people have said that about him, they've said that about Obama. I didn't hear too much about it on Biden, but I remember hearing a lot of it on Obama, on Bush, on Clinton, on Reagan, not so much on Bush Sr., and nobody said it about Carter because he's just such a nice guy. But yeah, a lot of presidents are called that. They're also all called fascists because people don't even know what fascist means. Although technically they're all right when everybody is called fascist because we live in a fascist country, but people don't know what fascist means, so they think that a fascist means someone who is of the other political party. What if Michael was a box? Maybe that. I do like the modern Satan performance in Lucifer. I don't. And I'll tell you why. I think that it is. I don't like the idea of legitimizing Satan. He should never be legitimized, meaning that he should never be a misunderstood hero. And Lucifer, don't get me wrong, the show is well done, and I watched the first few seasons and honestly enjoyed it, and then I kind of had this epiphany about it. Satan should not be a sympathetic character ever. And Lucifer's thing was Satan's not bad, he just craves justice, and that's why he rules over hell. But none of that is theologically accurate in the slightest. The Judeo-Christian beliefs do not think, and I know there are people that do believe this within the Judeo-Christian beliefs, but the actual documents they're based on in no way, shape, or form establishes Satan ruling over hell. Right? It just is not a thing. I, for one, do not enjoy evil protagonists. Neither do I, and that's one of the, like, the Devil's Ad, like, Witches of Eastwick, I would totally be on board with you on that. I'm not a big fan of that movie because everyone is evil. However, Devil's Advocate, I like because, remember, Satan is not the protagonist. The protagonist is technically the person that Satan is trying to convince that he's the Antichrist, right? And so Keanu Reeves is the protagonist, and he is not evil. Satan is trying to influence. Granted, he may or may not be the biological spawn of Satan based on what they talk about in the movie, but regardless of whether he is or isn't, Keanu doesn't seem to be an inherently evil person, but Satan is trying to convince him to be evil, and that's what Satan does. So I'm okay with that, and I think it's a good movie. It's got some very graphic content that some people simply cannot watch, but it's a very good movie. Unless they're aiming towards good. Well, yeah, and that's kind of, well, I wouldn't say Keanu. Keanu is basically seduced by power and money. But at the very end, he redeems himself. And then, of course, we find out that Satan's not giving up anytime soon. English is a Germanic language. The Irish have their own Celtic language. Well, what you're talking about is a language called Gaelic, which is the language of Celtic people, which is primarily just Irish and Scottish. However, Gaelic is basically a dead language. There are some people that speak it, but generally speaking, you go to Ireland and or Scotland, and they speak English. They might speak with such a thick accent that you can't understand a thing they're saying, but they're usually, unless they're on some remote island that's very unique culturally, they speak English, not Gaelic. And yeah, there, you mean Gaelic, yes. Is it true that ICE agents have to wear body cams now? I have not heard that, but I would be all for it. I think that the fact that I think the worst thing about the ICE situation is that there's no real accountability, at least apparently no real accountability in the system. And I think a way to get accountability in the system is to, in fact, have body cams. By the way, the reason they don't want body cams is simple. As soon as you have body cams, all that footage becomes public record. And that means anybody can watch it. And that's why you have a bazillion YouTube channels that just have body cam this and body cam that. Because it's people, all they do is they submit the incident report number and they get the body cam footage and then edit it together into a YouTube video. It's actually very lazy content creation, but it is effective. I've actually considered it. All right, so ABJ did the math here. So 0.03 kilograms times 3 E8. Oh, so that's the speed of light because I know that's not times 2; it's squared, so times itself. So the speed of light squared equals 8.1 e to the 15th power. And so the energy you get is 8.1 to the 15th power, and in joules to as far as how much energy is produced. Now, how that would translate to megatons, I'm not sure. I haven't done much on energy physics yet. And I don't know if you know ABJ, but so what would, and I know you got kilograms meters squared, but I'm confused. Equals MC squared is producing joule meters on the right. I'm not 100% sure if that's how you do it, but yeah, if you're right, because I've never studied relativity, the mathematics of relativity, not yet. But I do know that E equals mc squared. E is the energy you get based on m, the mass of the object, so in this case an ounce, and times c, the speed of light squared. So the speed of light times the speed of light times the mass of the object gives you the energy. And so what exactly that energy translates to as far as real world, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, so it'd be a lot. The 5 acres of time I was just out in the country, so yeah, it's crazy asking price. Well, you know what? You can ask whatever you want. Maybe they have this land, they know it's beautiful, and they figure some sucker's going to buy it. Sorry, Google AI says it's about 5% on soda. That makes, and my phone tried to pick that up when I said Google AI. But that sounds a little more reasonable. It said it's 5%. 20% on sugar drinks and snacks. Well, and again, here's the problem. Define sugary drinks and snacks. Is it any product with processed sugar in it? In which case, that could be a lot of things that are not necessarily, it's not just candy bars. Keep in mind, that would not count potato chips, right? Because they're not sugary. But, yes, it would count candy bars and chocolate dipped pretzels and cookies and stuff like that. However, it would also count anything with a fairly high sugar content. And there are a lot of things that have more sugar in it than you think, like bread. Especially bread made with processed flours and stuff. If I did the math right, 1 ounce of antimatter hitting 1 ounce of matter yields 16 million gigajoules. But yeah, but how does that translate to TNT? So we say like megatons of TNT. How would 60 million gigajoules translate? Oh, looks like my picture froze in a rather unappealing thing. So let me see if I need to reset the camera. Oh, yeah. Waiting for this. All right. And sorry about this, guys. Bear with me. I know I should already be done, but I'm messing around too much. All right. Fresh. There we go. And turn that back on. There we go. All right. You trust Google AI? Well, generally speaking, it gives you decent information, but I mean, I wouldn't use it for a paper or anything. I wouldn't use any AI to write a paper for me. Well, I think the idea that the government shouldn't be paying for anyone to. I think the idea is that the government shouldn't be paying anyone to drink sugar water. Well, fine. Then no government employee should be allowed to drink sugar water. Right? Nobody that gets any, and you get your tax return, it'd be illegal to spend it on sugar water. I mean, the problem is you got to take it to the ultimate conclusion of it. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that you should ban lifestyles just because someone needs help. I mean, what are you going to say? Like, technically speaking, being gay, actively homosexual, and being promiscuous is much higher risk than being straight and monogamous, right? Health wise, so does that mean if you get SNAP benefits, you're no longer allowed to be gay? Because it would be the exact same. I'm telling you, it translates 1 to 1. If it's less healthy to be gay and promiscuous than straight and monogamous, should it be a requirement that you have to either be celibate or straight and monogamous if you're on public assistance? Or lesbian, I suppose, if you're a woman. And monogamous. Didn't say it was accurate, just citing my source. Oh, yeah. 40.2% of Coca-Cola's U.S. revenue comes from food stamps. Really? How do you calculate that? Because I may be naive because I don't look for such things because I'm not looking to demonize people. However, if 40, let's see, let's do some math here because that's what I like to do. Let's see. So, how much total SNAP? Actually, we'll say per month. All right. All right. So, the total amount, let's see, of federal SNAP benefits is 8 to 9 billion per month. All right. So, now let's go to what is all right. Okay, so Coca-Cola Corporation generated 6.8 billion in cash operations for the full year. Okay, 567 million per month, right? So, now let's assume that everything you guys said is 100% accurate. So we go 567 million divided by, or no, I'm sorry, multiplied by 0.4. That gives us 226,800,000 per month going to Coca-Cola. All right, so if Coke's revenue is, we'll go with the lower number to give it benefit of the doubt. Or I mean that is Coke's revenue. So that's 40% of Coke's revenue would be 226.8 million coming from SNAP benefits. So let's hypothetically we'll say that's true, but SNAP pays out 8 to 9 billion per year. So that means that our numbers become let's see, Uh, that would be 8,000 million divided by, what was it, 226.8 million. All right. So that would mean that roughly 35.2% of SNAP benefits is being spent on Coca Cola. Now, that's not all sugary drinks, that's just Coke, right? However, that means, and that's going to be a real problem because if 20% of SNAP benefits are spent on sugary snacks and drinks, and yet 35% of SNAP benefits is just Coca Cola, somebody's numbers ain't right. And ABJ says that's 4 megatons of TNT. So that's not, I mean, that's a big bomb, don't get me wrong, because, like, Hiroshima and Nagasaki are kiloton bombs as opposed to megatons. That is big. I don't remember what was the Tsar Bomba. That's the biggest one ever set off. Let's see. How big was so the Tsar bomb was 50 megatons. So that means that the 1 ounce of antimatter would produce roughly 1/10 of the Tsar Bomba explosion. So that would not rip away the atmosphere of that planet like we saw in the episode. So either they're using a highly concentrated super kind of antimatter that's only available in the 23rd century, or their math is off, and I see once again I froze in a very uncomplimentary way. I wonder what's wrong with the. Yeah, it looks like IV Cam kind of crashed. That's the program I use. It's probably the phone again, I'll bet. Let's see. Yeah, the phone is. iPhone is not activated. I don't care because I'm not using it for that. All right. Yeah, that's really annoying because this iPhone is an old iPhone that that I used to use for my personal phone, but now I don't. And so every now and then it wants to bug me to activate it, but I'm not going to because I'm not using it as a phone. Wine is a luxury, but I would welcome the calculation of cost of healthy food and setting that as a baseline for food stamps. Look, again, wine is a luxury. Look, if you want to go strict about it, ABJ, and I'm very serious here, tell me what food is not a luxury except for, say, basic grain and water. Because you could survive. I mean, like, you notice, like, when we send aid to, starving kids in Ethiopia, we drop off bags of wheat, right? We're not giving them Twinkies, and we're not giving them even, fresh chicken or fresh vegetables. We're giving them sacks of wheat, right? So why shouldn't we, if based on your argument, what food item is not a luxury other than baseline grains, and I mean that's really it, because that's all you need to survive. And grain keeps for a long time. You don't need to worry about it spoiling like you do with meat or fruits and vegetables. So why not just give everybody a sack of wheat? And I'm being 100% serious there. And I hope you'll answer, even though I don't want a lot more chat because I've been going way too long. Unhealthy food is cheaper for two reasons. One is corn subsidies. Actually, it's a lot more than corn subsidies because, but it pasteurized food, or not pasteurized, processed foods are inherently cheaper, but they're also very bad on the nutrition level. It is much cheaper to make a ding dong than it is to make a good organic loaf of bread, right? And so people get ding dongs. The warmth of collectivism. No, I'm suggesting it's because sugar has been shown to be far less healthy than salt. Based on what? I mean, sugar, again, it doesn't cause diabetes. It can be a trigger for diabetes. Sugar can rot your teeth, but so can a lot of things. But salt is a trigger for high blood pressure, which is a huge killer in the United States. Let's see. Health effects of sugar. So sugar, let's take a look. Is linked to obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and fatty liver disease. Okay? None of those are good things, right? But keep in mind, at least when it comes to type 2 diabetes, that is actually not caused by the sugar. It's just revealed, if you will, by the sugar. It's just like smoking doesn't cause cancer, but if you have a predilection for lung cancer, smoking will very easily trigger it. And so, best not to smoke. But obesity, definitely a problem. I mean, I suffer from it, and I'm sure that eating too much sugar is a big part of that. Heart disease, it's funny because my heart is very, very healthy, actually. And fatty liver disease, my liver's fine too, but, whatever. Okay, health effects. All right. So let's see. Salt is linked to high blood pressure, heart disease, stroke, and kidney failure. All right. And by the way, so in these particular cases, high blood pressure or hypertension is directly, again, it's not caused by salt, but it is directly aggravated. It'd be like if you have diabetes, you shouldn't be eating a bunch of Snickers bars, right? Well, if you have high blood pressure, you shouldn't be eating a bunch of salt. All right, same effect there. So we'll give that a wash as far as the high blood pressure. However, it also and by the way, which is what increases the heart disease. In the case of sugar, the heart disease is a secondary effect as well. So we'll call that a wash because they both have heart disease, right? Then we have excess sodium makes the strains your kidneys. That's a direct link between the amount of sodium you take in and kidney failure, right? So that's not a tertiary effect. It's not a trigger. That's caused directly by the presence of sodium. It also triggers your body to retain water, which can lead to bloating, puffiness, and swelling. That's kind of a lifestyle issue, but it's still an issue. Excess salt leads to increased calcium loss, which can weaken bone, so it causes osteoporosis. And it's interesting. Research has linked high salt consumption to a higher risk of stomach cancer. Well, that's not good. So I would argue that salt is worse for you than sugar. Not that either of them are good for you to take in large volume, but I would argue salt is worse. We are the Borg. Resistance is futile. Salt was the boogeyman for a while, but thought they figured it out. They added refined sugars were that really harmful. The funny thing is that both are harmful. It's just that people try to tell you that one is good or better than the other because of who's paying the bills. That's the honest truth. Yes, it's true that sugar was pushed as being worse than salt because the people that made salt, but actually, really, most of the stuff that was falsely put on sugar was really more due to fat intake, which, by the way, is a similar thing. Like whenever you talk about the obesity thing, it's really more about your fat intake than your sugar intake. But I think it was like the Beef Council or whatever they pushed to blame sugar. But that doesn't make sugar healthy. It just means it's not responsible for everything that it's blamed for. Just mentioned as a health thing, I'm not a big salt guy either. I understand, but if you're gonna ban additives to food that are unhealthy, you need to ban all of them. It's just like I can't stand the fact that we're gonna ban smoking because it's bad for you, but we're gonna legalize heroin, right? And you think that's stupid, but that happened in Portland, Oregon, right? So let's not be stupid about it. If you're going to ban things that are bad for you, you just ban everything that's bad for you, and you end up with, Demolition Man. And no idea what sugar salt studies are even accurate. Well, there you have to probably be a nutritional biologist to be an expert on that. I'm not going to sit there and try to disseminate, hundreds of years worth of documents to try and figure out which is worse, but I would dare say both in large volume are bad. In Canada, I know a lot of people who use fake addresses for government benefits. Well, we don't use fake addresses, but yeah, if you do, shame on you. That you are not a Christian. Because they get way more benefits if they live alone versus living with family. Yeah, that is wrong. I'm sorry. It shouldn't matter who you pay your rent to. They get more money and for food and like for $500 benefits for accommodations. But if they live with family member, they get like $1,000 less monthly. Yeah, the rim is printed. Oh, on the thing. Actually, it's just working its way up the walls right now. The base is done and it's going up the walls right now of the little trash bins. I know that was an hour ago that you said that, and that's the real problem. They don't seem to have a dependable way to determine who is just choosing not to work and who really deserves it. Sure, they do. And this is the problem. It's actually ridiculously simple. You know how? So I have a. It's a little man in a wheelchair silhouette. It's for handicap parking. So I can park my car because it's got the little license plate handicap parking thing that allows me to park in handicap parking spaces. If you don't have that little thing on your license plate or a thing hanging from your rear view mirror, it is illegal for you to park it up in a handicap parking space. And if you do, there's a special place in hell for you. However, do you know how I got it? I picked up the form at the DMV. I went to my doctor, and my doctor filled out the form certifying that I need a handicap permit. And guess what? So here's the deal. If the government decided to do an audit on me and determine that I don't really need a handicap permit, it would hit my doctor, right? Because he's liable for that. But if I do deserve one and he refuses to sign, I can sue my doctor for malpractice. So the doctor has that gives the doctor motivation to A, not over-report, and B, not under-report. So it's on the doctor, not on some bureaucrat, as to whether or not you deserve the benefit, as you say. It's not a matter of deserving the benefit. Nobody deserves the benefit. It's about who qualifies for the benefit. And if the benefit is for disabled people, then anybody who's disabled qualifies for the benefit. Who determines disability? Doctors. That's what doctors are effing for. You know, and I'm sorry, but having a panel of bureaucrats trying to decide who gets benefits and who doesn't is so stupid. It makes me I want to punch the bureaucrat. That's why we have people getting ridiculously low amounts of money that need it and full benefits who don't. Because a panel determines it rather than doctors. A woman with two kids at home is working, taking care of two kids. I understand that's the common. You see, this is one of the reasons the nuclear family is the best way to go because you need one parent working full time. The other parent can take care of the kids when they're little, and once the kids reach a certain age, they can work part time probably, or maybe transition to full time when the kids become teenagers. All that being said, nowadays, because we all want to be independent and all that, so women say, no, F that, I'm not staying home with the kids. And so now both parents go to work and the kids are raised by TV. That happened in my generation. I'm not saying it's just a new thing. And what happens? People are getting dumber and dumber and dumber, more dependent on technology and unwilling to work. It makes lazy kids. You need a parent at home raising those kids, and not a friend, a parent. Now, if you can't have a parent at home because both parents have to work, or if you have a situation like talk about a single mom or single dad for that matter, that's where daycare comes in. And that's the only time daycare should come in. Daycare should not be a thing just because you want to make more money. It should be a necessity. And that's where, like I said, with the government program that I talked about, you put people who are willing to sign off to work, and one of those jobs is daycare. And so there you go. You call it deadbeats for deadbeats. Just making a joke. In Minnesota, the fraud is one thing, but the other thing is just how many people were supposed to be having all the child care paid for by welfare. Again, I don't believe in doing that kind of thing. You make it. People make the system way more complicated than it needs to be. You base a cash benefit off of real living expenses. You don't sit there and say, "Well, we're going to pay for this, and we're going to pay for this, and we're going to pay," which is what we do right now. We have Section 8 housing to take care of your rent, but now there's a 10-year waiting list to get onto Section 8 housing. Oh, here's a great voucher for daycare. good luck getting to a daycare center that accepts your voucher, right? But if you just get a cash benefit of X number of dollars per month based on the average cost of these things, then you just take your kid wherever you want. And if it's a little higher or a little lower, if it's lower, you're being smart and you're saving money, unless it's so low that your kids are being abused or something. If it's higher, but you want your kids to have the superior facilities, that's on you and that's your choice. So you're not going to go to the movies. Instead, you're going to, spend an extra $100 a month for their daycare or whatever it costs. Even if childcare facilities actually existed, most of the mothers using services don't have jobs. Well, again, we talked about that. If, in fact, if you don't have a job and you need benefits, you sign up, you get instantly approved for the, able-bodied persons with benefits or whatever you call it. And and then those people will take any menial tasks that the local government needs, including daycare workers. And ABJ says they support BAPT. Well, thank you. It's benefits for able-bodied. What was T? I thought it was something else for some reason. Yeah, it's BAP with a P on the end, not a T. So benefits for able-bodied persons. But you were close. Mothers with jobs are paying a huge chunk of their income for childhood. That's true, but that's why you make it a part of the BAPT benefits. And so that if you need the child, it's worked into the amount of the benefits. However, if you can get a better job, take it and get off of the BAPT program. If you can't, you keep working for BAPT until you get into a position where you can. But again, that's just going to be enough to survive. It's not going to be enough to live comfortably. And did you get the right acronym? Very close. The T should be a P. Oh, yes, the SSA funds are permanent and always empty by design. Well, it's actually, the idea originally was because if you have a regular population growth, you would be taking in a little bit more money than you'd be spending. But we haven't had the kind of population growth we need to maintain that. And so that's why it's zero. Until the laws change, over 80% of the taxes automatically are gone. Well, more than 100%, and I do mean more than 100% of the taxes are gone. They're deficit spending, which is a bad thing. Social Security tax is a whole different thing, but yeah. Good, bad, I'll leave that up to you. Well, I think that Social Security, should be managed better. I don't mind the Social Security fund being empty all the time because you're paying that out in benefits. I think having the money just sit in a fund is wasted. However, I think that the amount of benefits should be based on the actual needs of people and not some hypothetical number that makes no sense and cost of living increases that are a joke. Can he share any leftovers with you? As far as food, I guess technically he probably could. But it would be one of those things like you can share your leftovers with your next door neighbor, right? But we have to maintain separate food budgets and everything. Does it get cut off if you take a French fry off his plate? And you didn't declare and then you declare the kids' rent and pay taxes on, etc. Yes. Like a frat house. Exactly. We're a frat house. Benefits should be slowly clawed back as you gain income. The usual or all none system just traps people by discouraging effort to help themselves. I agree. So like with my system, with the BAPT system, here's the problem you run into. Now, I do think you have to continue to work to get BAPT benefits, right? However, let's say that you get a part-time job on top of BAPT, and that part-time job pays $500 a month, to use a nice round number. Then you roll back your BAPT benefits by, say, $400 a month. So you're still coming out $100 ahead, right? And that way it encourages you. If you make extra money, you're gonna take home more money, but you're gonna take a little bit less in benefits until hopefully eventually you transition. However, when you lose that $500 in or $400 in BAPT benefits, you also say shave off a couple hours a week of the work you do based on percentage of how much of the, like if your full-time work is 40 hours a week and you lose 10%, then you cut 4 hours a week off of your work requirements. And that gives you more time to work, And the worst is many of them don't even care to learn English. Well, yeah, and that's why I say it should be an absolute, it is a non-negotiable 100% requirement. If you want to be not just a citizen, if you want to be a permanent resident of this country, you must speak English, period. Now, I would have a grandfather clause in there to say, okay, someone who's 80 years old right now, I'm not going to force them to learn English. However, say anybody under the age of, you know, 60 needs to learn English within a certain number of years. People that are under the age of 40 have a little bit less time. And people under the age of 30, you better get busy or you're out. Just say whatever you want to say about the Ford Motor Company. They were the only ones that didn't take any of the bailout money from the Obama administration, handed them out. Ford restructured. Yes. And I do respect that a lot. I actually do have a lot of respect for the Ford Motor Company, which is why if I had the money right now, I would own a Mustang Mach E. But see, Howard, I just want to make sure. Yeah, you're wrong. However, about Obama, he did not. He is not the one that bailed out the automotive industry. It was Bush. The U.S. automotive industry bailout officially began in December of 2008. So that is the Obama took office in 2009. So yes, Obama presided over the end of it, but Bush. It's just like when people talk about the bailouts during COVID. Trump started it, and Biden finished it. It's not Biden that did it, and it's not just Trump that did it. But Trump did start it, and Biden finished it. Right. So they're both partially responsible, but you can't say Trump didn't do it. Right. Well, the automotive bailouts, Bush started it, Obama finished it. Sold off certain other products and companies. Yeah, that's why Ford is no longer Mercury. IT. I'm not sure what you're talking about. IT is not a self-driving car. I saw that China's a smart car that can identify cop cars even if they are unmarked. Okay, but again, if you a self-driving car, a fully automated car, you need to have a non-driver's license. That's I just draw a hard line on that. Man, I gotta catch this. I did not mean to go this long. It's been almost 4 hours now. I've been here a while. Still haven't reached the point where I've arrived in reading comments. Yeah, that's funny. You make me read that. Sorry. Let's see. Probably won't be around by the time you get to this point. I don't know if you're still here or not, ABJ, but if you are, you're wrong. China mean. Yeah, I figured as much. Freebase blue chews hardcore. I don't know what that even means. Exactly. The problem is when they encounter emergency situation while driving. Well, that's the thing. That's why if it's a fully autonomous car and you have a non-driver's license and something happens and there's any kind of property damage or anything like that, then or it's because it's a mechanical failure in the car, then the manufacturer of the car accepts full liability. Period. So if Waymo and Tesla are willing to accept that level of risk, then and the person gets a non-driver's license, knock yourself out. But I would also say that the driverless cars are banned from commercial use. Period. So no driverless trucks. You could have trucks that have autopilot but require a driver in the seat. And same thing. You can't have any kind of cars that are self-drive, doing Uber or taxis or anything like that. You would have to have a driver in the seat, because they do have to respond to emergencies. Just like a few days ago here in South Carolina, the grace period for our new hands-free law went away. Now people are caught on their phone while driving, get ticketed first time is $100, second time $200 fine, followed by points off your license. I think we've had that for a while here in Tennessee. People just ignore it, honestly. I see people, sitting there talking, texting, putting on makeup if they're a girl. Well, half the guys do that now too. So talking, texting, putting on makeup, and eating while driving. And it's not a self-driving car. Elmer Fudd versus a Ferengi. That's an interesting fight, but keep in mind, Elmer Fudd always has a shotgun. A Ferengi may or may not have a Ferengi phaser. So I would say that Elmer Fudd has the edge there. Let's see. Yes, they did the same thing with Satan in show Supernatural, made him into a sympathetic, misunderstood individual. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Early TNG Ferengi versus Lore Reloaded. Well, Lore is a Packlid, but the early TNG Ferengis were even dumber than the Packlid, so I'll give it to Lore. Better con man, Quark or Remington Steele? Remington Steele, honestly, because Quark cannot fool anyone that knows him. And Street Preacher says fruit juice, not sure why. Would the sugar tax count as a zero sugar? Would that sugar tax count for zero sugar soda? That's interesting. I don't know. How does that compare to astrophage? I don't know what you mean, and neither does EBJ. And almost done, I hope. Okay, it's a power source for the new Hail Mary movie coming out. Well, I have not watched that yet, so I'll let you know after I see it. I'm looking forward to it, actually. Come on, chat. We need to make Salty stream last longer than the Super Bowl pregame. No. My wife's going to kill me because I'm taking this long. Yeah, it's just a headline that came up on Google. Didn't investigate it. Oh, okay. Google's 40.02% of Coca Cola's U.S. revenue comes from food stamps. Again, if that's true, then that means that and I don't know who's tracking that because Coke, does Coke even have access to that kind of information? Because in order for Coke to be able to tell you the 40 point, because it's not like you buy your Coke directly from the Coca-Cola Corporation, right? Because you buy your Coke from Walmart or Publix or 7-Eleven or wherever you buy your Coca-Cola, right? And so does Walmart and 7-Eleven and all those guys, do they in fact track what percentage of these? I know they can look it up because it's all computerized, but do they track what percentage of this stuff is specifically Coca-Cola and then send that information to Coca-Cola? If so, that's amazing. Claims of percentages like 40.02 are not sustained by credible data. Studies show that SNAP households do purchase sweetened beverage. Well, yeah, sure they do. Everybody purchases sweetened beverages of some kind. Unless you are an absolute health nut, that is true across the board. It might not be Coke. Like I have right here, this is water with a citrus drop-in in it, but so that would count as a sweetened beverage, right? It doesn't have sugar because I think it uses Splenda to sweeten it a little bit. But you can see how the percentages get accepted. Headlines that show up in the front page of Google searches about Snap. Well, of course, and it just depends. The thing about Google is a lot of the information that you get like that is aggregated from different websites. So if it happens to be pulling it from a liberal site, it's going to say one number. If it happens to pull it from a conservative site, it's going to pull up a different number. And if it pulls it from Wikipedia, it could be anywhere. Because literally anyone can edit Wikipedia at any time. So if you want to go on Wikipedia right now and change it to say that 90.75% of Coca-Cola's revenue is from food stamps, you could do that, right? Honestly, the vast majority of what I drink is plain water. Zero regrets dropping soda for my regular drinking habits. Yeah, I haven't had a soda except for occasionally at a restaurant when I didn't have any other choice based on their menu. I don't drink tap water. It's nasty. If you've lived in an area like Portland, Oregon, where the Bull Run water system there, you just can't drink tap water anywhere else. But at any rate, yeah, I haven't like purchased a soda or sugary beverage like that. And actually, I haven't had sugar for a long time. I've been doing like zero sugar type variants of like Coke Zero and stuff. But I haven't had anything like that in a couple of years. Remember, Coca-Cola, not just the soft. But remember, Coca-Cola is not just the soft drink. Well, you're talking about the Coca-Cola Corporation. I mean, let's see. Okay. So let me see. We'll see if Google can give us a good answer. Coca-Cola Company manufactures vast portfolio of over 200 brands, focusing on sparkling soft drinks, water, sports drinks, juices, dairy. Dairy. I didn't know about that. Plant-based beverages, tea, and coffee. Let's see, sparkling juice, very yeah, juice and dairy plastic. Okay, so it's all drinks basically. So Coca-Cola Corporation may like if you look at their brands like Barks, Minute Maid. I didn't know Minute Maid was a Coke company. Body Armor. Okay, so I guess they make underwear. If that's a unless it's just Body Armor drinking, vitamin water, some kind of weird kata coffee, something like that. Fairlife, which looks like is a dairy thing. Fuzzy stuff. So all those are Coke brands, right? But it looks like so if you look at the stuff that is not just pure drinks, so like the stuff like Body Armor, for some reason it puts vitamin water in there and stuff. That says that's 19% of the. Oh no, Monster is 19% of their revenue, according to this chart. Anyway, I don't know how accurate it is. But yeah, it looks like the Coca-Cola Corp, at least 90% of their revenue is from soft drinks. I go, what are you building? What mischievous intent are you planning? It's building, honestly, just a couple of waste bins, primarily for the poop chute that comes on the side of the printer, which I'll talk more about once I get it all set up. But then the other one I'm going to put over by where I have a little drink station to, put like little packets that drop ins come in and stuff. So I don't have to walk over to a garbage every time I make a drop in. Everyone should be on an MRI. No, MRI or MRE, meals ready to eat, military basic food rations. I'll tell you, I actually have some that I keep for emergencies because they last for a decade once you buy them. So you put them in the shelf, and if you power goes out for an extended period of time, you have them. The nice thing about them is that you can actually have hot food with no power because it has a little chemical burning system where you put this chemical thing in a bag, pour some water into it, and then the water starts boiling. It's that hot. And so you put like your meat packet in the bag, pour in some water, and then it heats up the meat to the point where it's actually a nice hot meal. And so that's all fine and dandy. MREs you can survive on. MREs are not healthy. And in fact, even the military says you cannot live on MREs for more than 30 days. Like, that's the limit. After 30 days, you have to, if you're out in the field, you have to come in and start eating regular food for a little bit. You're not allowed to sustain yourself on MREs for extended period of time. That's why we have bases, like forward operations bases and stuff. So, like most of the people that are involved in war, they're not just eating MREs. They'll have a couple of MREs in their side pockets and stuff. Like we used to always we had two big side pockets on your uniform, enough room for two MREs in each one. Right, so that's 4 meals right there. And then you might have another one in the back. So now you have almost a week's worth of food, and it's very lightweight and everything. And a full canteen, that's plenty of water for all of those meals, although you need to drink too, so you'll need more water. But anyway, the problem with MREs is they are not healthy. They are 100% highly processed foods. So they are not healthy at all, but they will keep you alive. And they have the necessary amount of calories to keep a soldier functional for up to a month. Turnips, that's not a luxury. Why not? But even so. So, okay, so grain and turnips, yeah, that won't start a revolt. Maybe give everyone a nutrient slot bag so they can consume overnight using an IV system. Well, there you go. Yeah, that'll make people happy. Yeah, I thought salt high blood pressure thing ended up being a myth. No, that is not a myth. It's just not as exaggerated as like, it's not like, oh, you have a teaspoon of salt and all of a sudden your veins explode. I never argue for a sack of wheat. I'm half arguing with half agreeing with RFK that people should be empowered to buy healthy foods and not feel obligated to buy the cheap stuff because it's affordable. Well, I agree with that notion. I totally think that we should give people enough food benefits for people that qualify for benefits. We should give them enough benefits to be able to buy healthy food. I totally agree with you. What I disagree with you about is that you should be required to buy healthy food. If you want to eat stuff that's bad for you and save some extra money, knock yourself out. Now you're going to pay for it in the long run, but I'm not going to say people don't have the right to live not perfectly healthy lifestyles. To take someone's fundamental rights away like that, you better have a real good reason. I'm not going in on organic premium produce, though. I'm not going all in on organic premium produce. I will tell you, I do buy mostly organic because of the problem of pasteurized, or not pasteurized, but processed foods. Pasteurization is really a process for milk. I do drink pasteurized milk, but I don't drink a lot of milk. I actually use milk as a cooking ingredient to make sauces, and that's one of the few things I don't get organic because organic milk is way too expensive. But for example, I do love pasta, but I eat whole grain organic pasta, right? So it is not processed bleached flour. I eat organic beets. I eat organic. Oh gosh, I'm losing my mind here. Organic tomato sauce and tomato paste for as ingredients. So most of what I eat, I try to make organic. What I can't afford is, for example, organic meat. Not going to happen. Not unless Uncle Sam decides to give double my money. So I can't do organic meat and I can't do organic dairy until such a time as the government says yes. But I don't buy fresh fruits and vegetables because honestly, even not processed. So that's why I say there's a difference between organic and like so. For example, if you take a tomato, you squish it into sauce and you stew it, and then you put it in a can. That's not necessarily using processed ingredients. Organic. If you do this organically, that means that you only basically have tomatoes and maybe water and maybe a little bit of salt if you're going to flavor it, right? But I try to get the salt free. In fact, that's why I just tried switching to tomato paste because it has less sodium. But anyway, so you go with and the interesting thing is organic canned tomato products is healthier than fresh organic tomatoes. You might say, what? That makes no sense. Well, the problem is like one of the things, most common things you do with a fresh tomato is you'll slice it up and make pretty little slices that you might put on your salad or on your burger, on your sandwich, whatever it may be. And you just, that's good food, right? And that's great and that's healthy. There's nothing wrong with that. However, when you stew a tomato and slow cook it, I don't know why this is. I don't understand the physics of it, but the process of adding heat to it actually makes the tomato itself release more nutrients. So it's actually better for you than a raw tomato. But get this, then the canning Oh, I also get organic frozen spinach. Eat a lot of that. And so, but the process of canning it, or in the case of spinach, freezing it, preserves those nutrients, which means you don't lose the nutrients when it's sitting on the shelf. If I bought fresh organic spinach, by the time I took it from the store to my house, it's lost something like 3 or 4% of its nutritional value. If it sits on my shelf or in the refrigerator for a couple of days, you might be down 30, 40%. Right? If you keep it right up to the edge of its shelf life, it's probably down at least 60 or 70% of its nutritional value. However, you get frozen spinach, bam. And by the way, the spinach starts to lose its nutritional value the moment you cut it. So in the case of fresh spinach, it's you cut it, you transport it to the store, it sits on the store shelf, you buy it, you take it home, you store it yourself until you consume it. Unless you buy it and you just eat it right away. But either way, it's still been sitting there on the store shelf for an unknown period of time, and it took some period of time to get to the store. During all that time, ever since it was cut, it's been steadily losing nutritional value. However, you cut it, you flash freeze it, and you put it in steamer bags or press it into cubes or whatever, that maintains the nutritional value until it is thawed. And if you cook it, if you thaw it in the process of cooking, which is what I do, I will take the frozen spinach and put it directly into a saucepan along with some tomato sauce and stuff like that. So it thaws in the cooking process. You maintain full nutritional value right up to the time you eat it. ABJ says, agree with Salty, we shouldn't dictate lifestyle, but we should make it reasonable, healthy life is accessible. 100% agree. No, we do not want Taco Bell to be the only restaurant. I agree with that 100% as well, Trek Viewer. Don't be wrong, Taco Bell and Demolition Man look pretty good, but I don't want that to be the only place. I remember hearing about a woman that used her SNAP benefits to buy food and then gave it to her son to sell his convenience store. Did get arrested. You know what? That's great, but you're always going to have people that are going to do something stupid or wrong or unethical with any benefits that they get. That's going to be true 100% of the time. Someone is they may have MS, they may have whatever that causes them to actually truly be disabled, but they may take that benefit and then go out and buy crack with it, right? That's entirely possible. That doesn't mean you remove the program, right? Because yes, you buy food with your SNAP benefits. Yes, it is entirely possible to sell said food. Yes, that is fraud and illegal, but that doesn't mean you take away SNAP benefits, which is the solution that many people on the MAGA side think is that since this lady that you talk about, Trek Reviewer, since she caught doing that, we have to reduce SNAP benefits so that nobody can do that. Except that most people aren't doing that. The problem with benefits is that people will stay on them until they can't. When unemployment was 6 months, people would get a job at 5. When it's expanded to 18, people get, oh, yeah. And that's why I say, Joseph, and I don't know if you were here when I said it earlier, I believe in the biblical principle, if you are unwilling to work, you do not eat. And that means that if you are able-bodied, not talking about disabled people, but if you are an able-bodied, because a disabled person needs benefits, period, and no question. However, an able-bodied person, so someone who could work, but for whatever reason, it could be totally legitimate, or maybe they got fired from their job, or maybe their spouse walked out on them and left them abandoned. Right? It doesn't matter. That person can get full benefits from the government that would be enough to keep them going, not enough to be comfortable, but enough to survive. Right? And they will have to bring the receipts to show how much they pay for everything. They will get enough to survive on and very little more. However, they will have to work 40 hours a week for the government. And that will not be pleasant work. It'll be things like cleaning toilets or scrubbing floors or whatever it takes. If you happen to have a skill, we might put it to use. In fact, that's where I said we staff our government-run daycare centers. So if you do have kids and you're abandoned, you can drop your kids off at the government daycare center that you yourself may work at, or you may go to another job scrubbing toilets at the parks, whatever is necessary. That's how you get benefits. But no, and that will, in turn, that will be a net savings because you will spend less on the benefits combined with the labor than you would by giving one person a lower amount of benefits and paying another person to do that same labor. Let's see. Titch Potato, I didn't know you were here. Says, all right, I have to head out. Well, that was 20 minutes ago. Sorry. Was listening for 20 minutes. Kind of funny. Keep going. Thank you. And oops, Salty Trekker now. No problem. I got it. If you call me Anti-Trekker, I'm not offended by that. I kind of miss those days. So Waymo would be out of business. No, Waymo would just have to, they'd have to accept that liability. And if they're unwilling, I'm sorry, Waymo right now, Waymo as a company, in my opinion, is 100% unethical. Their only reason for existing is to take the income away from Uber and Lyft drivers. F them. And so if they go out of business because they're not willing to accept liability for their product, I don't care. Almost caught up. That's probably my wife telling me, why haven't you left yet? Let's see. No, it wasn't her. What was it? Oh, it's anything else? Okay, yeah, don't care. All right. Pluto is a planet. Sorry, Morn. Pluto is not a planet. I gotta defer to Neil deGrasse Tyson on this. Pluto is a dwarf planet, and if Pluto is a planet, so is Ceres. And Ceres is larger than Pluto, and nobody counts Ceres as a planet. In Wonder Man, what happened to the teleport dude that lost lore? The show was actually good. Ben Kingsley was also great. Finally, a new Marvel show worth watching since Deadpool and Wolverine. Okay, so first of all, let me say 100% agree that the show was good. Ben Kingsley was great, and so was Yaya. I can't remember his full name, but I thought Yaya was awesome as Wonder Man. I thought he was really good, and he and Ben Kingsley had charisma and chemistry for days. It was so fun to watch the two of them together. Anyway, so what happened to the teleport dude? They never say what happened to Doorman after the incident. Only that because of the incident where Lord disappeared, they put in the doorman clause so that people with superpowers can't work as actors. But we have no idea what actually happened to him. It's not explained. Maybe we'll see it in season two if they do a season two, and I certainly hope they do a season two. I also would really like to see Wonder Man show up in Doomsday. I don't know if he will. We'll find out this winter. I can't wait for Doomsday. Like a 1/4 pound burger is a 1/4 pound before cooking. Yes, so after cooking, it is significantly less depending on the quality of the beef. It could be nearly like if you have actually grass-fed natural beef that's not mixed with ice when it's prepared. That 1/4 pound burger will be very close to a 1/4 pound. Like I've only had that kind of beef once where I bought it directly from a rancher. And you make the burger, you put it on the frying pan. You usually make the burger estimating it's going to lose about 20-30% of its size. And it stays the same size. You're like, whoa. And even warned me it will not be like cooking a burger anywhere else. So yes, 100%. But yeah, that's because of the lower quality beef and stuff that people can generally afford. Because beef is at an all-time high. I don't care what people say about chicken. If the government just stopped all subsidies, tax breaks, and corporate welfare would free up massive amount of money instead of like Trump's big beautiful bill did a majority hurting poor people. Well, when you include things like corporate, because remember, when we talk about foreign aid and stuff, that's different than corporate welfare. And yes, farm subsidies are kind of a form of corporate welfare, and it's a lot of money. I don't know how much it is, but let's take a look. How much does the USA in on farm subsidies? All right, the U.S. government spends approximately 9.3 billion to. It says, but from 9.3 to 20 billion annually. That's a really wide range on direct farm subsidies with total agricultural support, including insurance and, in some years, emergency aid, sometimes exceeding 30 to 40. Well, we're not talking about the sometimes emergency kind of things. However, the primary subsidies, this is for 2024, is 9.3 billion. It was provided for commodity crops and the USA Facts art and the USA Facts. I don't know what that is, but so the actual direct farm subsidies was about 9.3 billion. Right now, to put that into comparison, because we were talking about it a minute ago, that is almost exactly what we spend on SNAP. Right. So if you ended all farm subsidies, you could double SNAP benefits. However, if you ended all farm subsidies, the price of everything that you get that comes off of a farm is going to go up. So that's a problem, And don't get me wrong, I'm not into controlled economies. I do believe that we should have a fair and free market. So I do think we should end subsidies wherever and whenever possible. But we do have to understand that, yes, you would be able to double SNAP benefits if you ended farm subsidies, but then you're also going to have to adjust for the fact that agricultural goods are going to go up in price because those farmers will need to make their money somehow. And I'm not saying that farmers are these evil, greedy, there are evil, greedy corporations that own farms. But generally speaking, if the reason that they charge what they charge for various products is because they charge what it costs them plus a little bit of profit to process, because it takes, sometimes years for something like, a cow or something, to raise them properly, get them to the right age, to harvest them and all that. And if you're going to do it organically, it costs even more. So, however, I'm all for, by the way, I would be all for even forcing everybody to go organic. Joseph says, I agree. The benefits should be to get them through a rough period of their life, except for the physically unable. Yes. For physically able-bodied people, it's just enough to survive, period. And it is on a case-by-case basis as far as how much you get. You got to bring in the receipt, show me how much you pay in rent, how much you pay in utilities, and all that, and that's exactly what you get plus, say, $100 a month, and your food stamps. That way, you survive. You do not prosper. And so once you get back on your feet and you get off the system, awesome. But yeah, you have to bring receipts, and I'd make it even so far as you have to bring receipts every month. So if you can't bring a receipt for your rent, because let's say you moved in with mom and dad, well then that benefit goes away. Assume it would be all covered by drivers in. Oh wait, I've skipped one. Sorry. How does Uber deal with accidents? If you happen to get in an accident while driving, would they cancel your employment? Assume it would be covered by the driver's insurance. So Uber actually is, part of and this is, I'm mixed on the way that Uber operates, to be honest. So, for example, yesterday at a fair, the guy paid $14 and change for it. I got $7, right? So I got less than half of what he paid. Now, I think that is too much. I think Uber is gouging. I genuinely do. However, I think Uber should take at most probably 20%. However, Uber doesn't take the same amount every time. So, like, for example, during peak times, that same ride, instead of $14, is going to cost the guy probably 30 because it doubles in price during peak hours, right? So you would think, well, if I was getting 7 before, now I'm going to get 14, right? Nope. It goes from like 7 to 10 for me. So Uber gouges even more during peak times. I had a ride once where I took the person, I got like $12 for it, and they paid 50. I was so angry because there's also no set percentage. They take what they can. They take what they can get away with, and they don't report it to you. So the only way I find out how much you pay for an Uber ride is if you happen to tell me. I don't ask people for it, but if they tell me, hey, this is how much I paid, I'd be like, whoa, I wish I was getting that. But one of the expenses Uber does have to cover, but it's not nearly as that big of an expense when you multiply it out by all the Uber drivers, is they actually do have to carry a certain level of corporate driver insurance, and I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it basically means that if an Uber driver does cause undue property damage or something like that, yes, your insurance has to pay what it pays, but Uber has insurance to cover what goes beyond your insurance's limits. It was the best role that Josh Gad had ever done. It's the only one I've ever seen of him, so I will agree. Almost caught up. All right. Take all the money from subsidies and put it into SNAP and such. Again, I have no problem with that, but keep in mind it's not going to be a one for one. Because if you take, if you take 9 billion out of subsidies, and so you double the SNAP program. So now instead of 163, my son gets 326, right? Sounds about right. So, however, so 326, if he had 326 today, he still wouldn't be able to do all organic, but he could at least get healthier food, right? I would say, it should be more than that. But the problem is, what's going to happen is food, especially food that's impacted by subsidies, right, is going to go up severely in price. So, like corn is going to go way up in price, right? Because corn is heavily subsidized. Any products that are subsidized currently are going to go up in price proportionate to the amount of subsidies they get compared to how much they charge for their product. So if you sell corn and for $1 billion a year, and you're currently getting a $1 billion subsidy from the government, now your corn is going to be $2 billion a year. Now, the flip side of that is that sometimes people are paid not to produce, which I think is complete BS. However, so if you're a corn farmer and the government's paying you to not produce, well, then either grow some corn and sell it for what you can get, or pick another crop. But I'm all for getting rid of the subsidies, but we have to be prepared to increase the SNAP benefits more than just a one for one. The taxpayers should not have to flip the bill for rich people. Just like I said earlier, the majority of money for building new sports stadiums is tax. Oh yeah, Nashville has a beautiful $1 billion stadium going in. And guess what? Tickets to a game for the Titans in that new $1 billion stadium are going to be, for good seats in the thousands of dollars. So no, I won't be going. It's something. It's an event that upper middle class and rich people can afford. Poor people simply don't do. Uh, you know, because it costs too much. But yet, lots of tax money is going into that stadium, right? And the excuse is, well, look at all the jobs it creates, and look at all the revenue we get. Well, you do get revenue, but you're getting, these people are already seeing the Titans. They're just seeing it in the old stadium right now, and as far as the jobs that it creates, most of the jobs it creates are temporary jobs during the construction. Then it's the same jobs that are currently going to the other stadium, vendors that sell hot dogs and all that crap. But anyway, yeah, I don't think. I honestly do believe, and I know this sounds, oh, you're a communist or socialist or whatever. I don't give a crap what you want to label it as. I call it being a good person. I don't believe that we should be taxing the poor to subsidize the rich, but I do think we should be taxing everybody to subsidize the poor. And even that, it's like, as far as poor, like able-bodied poor, you just keep them alive, until they can work their way up. Unable-bodied or disabled people, you need to give a good benefit to, not the crap pittance we're giving now. Just got home from church. Well, welcome home. I'm trying to wrap up. I've only got a few chats left. As soon as I catch up, I am ending this. So don't even try to keep me going all day. Then you also have to factor in the employees handling the administrative services to distribute the subsidies. Yeah, but again, you also have to factor in when you remove said subsidies and fire said people, you're going to have more people that are trying to get welfare because they're no longer employed. So there is a trade-off there. You're saving money by not paying them, but you're going to end up paying them, at least temporarily. Now, unemployment insurance, by the way, I do agree. Unemployment insurance is not the same as welfare. Unemployment insurance is an actual insurance policy you pay for in case you lose your job through no fault of your own, right? And so what that means is that if you are fired or laid off for what's the term? I'm trying to think, but for non-criminal reasons. So, for example, if you steal from the company and you're fired, you're out of luck, right? Especially if they press charges, it's over. You're not getting anything. However, if you're laid off because of the fact that they're cutting back, right? Or like the government workers we were talking about that we don't need anymore. Then they qualify for the insurance benefit. That's why you pay unemployment insurance premiums on your bill. That's technically not a tax, even though people think it is. Your unemployment is paying for insurance money. And that insurance is so that if you lose your job through no fault of your own, they pay you for X number of weeks while you try to find another job. And the thing is, and I know that some people say, well, if they give you 6 months, you'll take five. If they give you 18 months, you'll take 17. There's some truth to that. People are lazy. However, you're paying for that benefit. I do think the premiums need to reflect the benefit, right? And I don't even have a problem with, and I know some companies will do this, is having an optional to pay more for a longer benefit. So, and because you're paying an insurance company, not Uncle Sam, right? So, when they extended it, that came out of taxpayer money, but because we had to subsidize the insurance companies who weren't prepared for that. However, when you're paying the premiums, that's going to the insurance company, right? And so you make it so that, okay, so let's say, I don't know what it is, but let's say the premium is $5 a month. It is a low amount, but I don't know exactly what it is. So let's say it's $5 a month, and that's a 6 month benefit. But if you want, you can pay $10 a month for a 12 month benefit, or $25 a month for a 3 year benefit, or whatever you want to do. Just keep in mind that you might work for 20 years and never get laid off, and all that money is just going to the insurance company, because that's how insurance companies work. People have to not use the benefit in order for the insurance company to not go bankrupt. So so that way, if you are fired through non criminal reasons, you are covered, right? Great. If you're fired for criminal reasons or you quit, then you get nothing. I have no problem with that whatsoever. And you can make the benefit as long as you want, as long as you're paying for it up front, right? I think that's perfectly fine. But I do think there needs to be a federal minimum, which I think is 6 months. So you make it so that like it's a requirement that the company provide you with 6 months of unemployment benefits at X price, right? However, you can negotiate with the insurance companies for extended periods if you want to, and that'll be completely up to the company and the insurance companies to do. And not the Predators, because Nashville is such a historic hockey town. Oh, don't get me started. Although I did have a joke once. I had this group of guys that were Texans, but they were their families were from Mexico, right? And so they were obviously Hispanic, and they all spoke Spanish to each other a couple of times during the conversation. And they had accents. But they were like they were born in America, but they're like first generation born in America. Their parents came here from Mexico. But we were having a great conversation, fun old time. And in fact, we had this joke because there were three guys, all Mexican, and one girl who was white, right? And they're all in my car. And as we're driving, and this is just who I am. I make jokes that are so inappropriate but I'm very good at reading people and know that I'm going to get away with it. So I look at them and the guy actually starts out cracking a little joke. He says, "Yeah, I know we're a bunch of Mexicans," and they were big guys too. So he said, "I know we're a bunch of big old Mexicans, but don't worry, we're not going to hurt you." And I said, "Well, you know what would happen?" He said, "What that?" "Well, if in fact you beat the crap out of me, and then you guys took my car or something, then CNN and MSNBC would immediately report how a white nationalist tried to kidnap three immigrants who then heroically fought back and escaped. However, Fox News would be talking about how three illegal aliens beat the crap out of an innocent white guy and then took a white woman hostage as they drove off." And of course, we all got a good laugh out of that because it was just kind of funny. And then we're coming up into Nashville because that's where they were going. And on the drive, the guy actually mentioned that these guys, I can't remember the name of the team in Texas, but these guys are actually big old hockey fans, right? And I was like, "Oh, dude, you need to go to a Preds game." And he's like, "Why? The Predators good?" I said, I don't know. I don't follow hockey at all. But here's what you do. When you go to the game, jump over the barrier and attack the players. You've got to do it. And he's like, "Why is that?" Because then immediately all the networks are going to be confused as to how to report it because they're going to literally have a story of aliens versus predators. And man, the car shook with laughter. It was such a great moment. So anyway, it's definitely not cost effective, but what's a better option at Street Preacher? Oh, I guess I missed one of his things, but you see. Let's see. Oh no, I guess yeah. Every person has a caseworker to decide who gets paid. You still have caseworkers, but the system is much simpler because you don't pay out 75 different benefits to 75 different individuals. Instead, you have one benefit based on total expenditures. Let's see. Let's see. So I think it would be more cost effective to leave my system because you'd have one caseworker to handle everything. If I knew I'd be running for office. Oh, sorry, how to do it. Refundancies, as they say in Britain. If you're not fired, then you're just redundant. You're not fired, you're just redundant, yes. Marvin the Martian versus Martian Manhunter. That's a tough one because it depends on which version of Martian Manhunter. Because if it's a Martian Manhunter for any of the animated shows, Martian Manhunter wins because he clearly has more powers and everything than Marvin, and Marvin doesn't use fire, and that's Martian Manhunter's weakness. However, if it's a live action Martian Manhunter loses. Just like how record companies rip off their artists, they make very little on every album or song bought. The majority of the artist's money comes from tours and merch sales. Yeah, but I don't feel bad for somebody making hundreds of millions of dollars in tours and merch sales, especially that tickets are so ungodly expensive. Coldplay came to town, and I actually like Coldplay. I don't care if you hate them. Coldplay came to town last summer, and I really would have loved to have seen them. But nosebleed tickets were going for like $800. I'm sorry, no concert is worth that. When I was in Nashville years ago for a trade show, all the Canadians got Predators tickets because they were playing Toronto, and you can't get tickets in Toronto. Oh, that's funny. Nashville is easy. Yeah, Nashville, not a huge hockey town. You know, but what can you do? And you're done. Thanks for keeping us entertained.